Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the council meeting for the 2nd of December. Please join me in standing for the opening karakia. Tiuru, Pakata, Tihai, Titonga, Yamiti, Utah, Yamata, Tai, Yaka, Yahuka, Yahu, Tihai, Mariora. Right. We have no apologies today, except one for Councillor Fields for lateness, but Councillor Donovan and Goff will be joining us on Zoom. Right, so before I hand over Sam's going to move it and Pauline seconded it. All those in favour? Thank you very much. That's carried. Okay, so before I hand, it's going to be a long day, so before I hand over to staff, I'm going to remind us all about the importance of making a decision today. We'll outline how we'll consider a report. As we know, this is a complex matter, and we have spent a very long time, us and staff, the whole outfit has been a long time to get to this point. We've been reminded many times that when we debate and make decisions, the only things we can think about or talk about are the IHP recommendation reports, the IHP minutes and the directions after those reports and submissions or other evidence that the IHP had before IHP issued its recommendation reports, and we need to make a decision on anything related to either accepting or rejecting every recommendation from the IHP. The report that we're considering today asks us to decide on parts of the IHP reports that we need to issue decisions on in December this year. We do not have the option of deciding on their recommendations. Rejecting the IHP recommendations and not making an alternative recommendation to the Minister will get us nowhere. So when we consider the report, we will be taking the recommendation in sections. After each section, we'll vote on the recommendations for that section. The Deputy Mayor and I will move to second the IHP recommendations. This includes the officer alternative recommendations. There are some councillor alternative recommendations that have been put forward by councillors. When we reach these alternatives, the councillor who has proposed the alternative will move their recommendation. The Deputy Mayor and I will then foreshadow the IHP recommendation to ensure that a decision will be reached, whatever the decision may be. Now, we've got a little bit on declarations of interest. As advised, Councillors Donovan and Goff have declared an interest in item 5, the PC14 decision report. I am aware that Councillor Peters has also received advice that he has conflict of roles, which means it is more likely than not that a fair-minded observer would perceive Councillor Peters has a conflict of interest because of his position as a trustee of the Riccarton House Bush Trust. Under Council standing orders, if Councillor Peters elects not to follow the advice, that is a matter for him. I now ask Councillor Peters to address the meeting and explain why he has decided to participate. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reason that I am not going to fully accept that advice is that, yes, I'm a trustee of the Riccarton Bush Trust, and I am fully prepared to stand aside from the Riccarton Bush interface qualifying matter decision. I don't believe that I am conflicted on any other matter in the fact that I kept myself entirely clean of the Riccarton Bush Trust's submission, had no involvement in that at any stage, and had no knowledge of anything that they were presenting to the IHP. So therefore I don't feel I am conflicted on anything other than that Bush interface. Mm-hmm. And today is the day that Hornby elected me to be here to represent them and their interests in this very large piece of work that we're considering today. So thank you for the advice, and I respectfully disagree for other than the Riccarton Bush interface. Thank you.
Okay, suspension of standing orders. So to start us off, And to help us through this, I'll move, and Deputy Mayor Cotter will second the motion to suspend standing orders sections 17.5, 18.1, 18.8, 18.9 and 19.5. So I'll move to have standing orders suspended. We've already, yeah. All those in favour? Against? Thank you, that is very much carried. And now we'll hand over to the staff to provide an update and remind us of any legal guidance. Welcome to staff, Mark, Ike and Brent, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, We'll start with a very short summary of some of the process and legal issues. This is, as you know, the second decision-making meeting that the Council has had in relation to deciding on the substance of the IHP recommendations. What the staff presentation does is address the first 4 bullet points there as being legal matters, and then passing on to a description of the substance of the IHP recommendations and the substance of any alternative recommendations that are being proposed by the Mayor or councillors. So first we're going to provide a short guidance on decision making, very similar to one we have spoken about a number of times before. We'll highlight the duty to make a decision on either accepting or rejecting IHP recommendations. We'll summarise the relationship between this and Plan Change 13. And then I'll be passing on to Ike and Mark to talk about the substance of the IHP recommendations. Now, you've seen this slide before, councillors. What this is showing is where we are at in a statutory quasi-judicial decision-making process. The yellow around boxes indicates where the community engagement happens in this quasi-judicial process. So there was community engagement in drafting the plan change. When it was notified, there were submissions, there was community engagement in a hearing, and there will be community engagement again if and when central government decides to change the law to make medium density residential standards optional next year. There will be a bill and presumably submissions on that. This is not a point in the process at which there is any community engagement. Your relevant considerations are solely those, as the Mayor has said, in the IHP recommendations, in the IHP subsequent clarifications of its recommendations, and all the information and material that was available to the IHP. They are your sole considerations. Now, when you make a decision today on either accepting or rejecting an IHP recommendation, if you accept the IHP recommendation, that's the end of the process. That means the district plan will now be changed. If you reject the IHP recommendation and send it must go to the Minister to make a decision. And as the Mayor has said, if you reject an IHP recommendation without proposing an alternative recommendation yourself, you're losing an opportunity to try and influence the minister's decision. And once the Minister does make a decision, then it will be final.
You done?
Part of the reason...
That was quick.
Roughly 9 slides, Mayor, on the legal stuff, and then we'll pass on to the substantive stuff. This shows you or reminds you of the number of information sessions and information packages you have had with council officers so far, and the information that has been collated for you on particular topics that you have raised as being of interest. Usual advice to any council making a decision still applies. Keep an open mind. Do not have anything predetermined before the debate in this session. Have regard to all relevant information, disregard irrelevant information, and ensure you're fully informed. Now that mention of being fully informed applies equally to any alternative recommendations that staff do not yet know about, that anyone might be thinking about raising today. So in order to be fully informed, the staff have been working with councillors over several months if councillors have raised any alternative proposals to help the councillors identify all relevant parts of the IHP information that is relevant to your alternative proposal. So there are big risks if you raise anything new today without having gone through the same process. Specific guidance for decision making on this plan change. So as the Mayor has said in his opening, the sole relevant matters you can consider are the IHP materials, the notified plan change and reports, submissions, reports to the IHP, reports by the IHP, evidence and submissions to the IHP, IHP memos and minutes, and the IHP recording. So this is the same. This is our summary of all the information that officers have provided to you. You have to consider, if you're when you're making a decision, all relevant information on the topic, not selective reading. As the Mayor has said, you can't consider anything that wasn't before the IHP. So that includes communications from anyone, any articles you've read in the newspaper, any letters to the editor, any social media, any placards. And as we've said several times also, the way the RMA provisions are written for this particular plan change, staff can't express opinions. Staff cannot advise you on the merits of the IHP recommendations or the merits of your alternative recommendations. Now, there is one exception to that, which Ike will describe, and that concerns what officers consider to be an inconsistency in the IHP recommendations, which came out of a minute that the IHP issued, I think, just a week ago. And we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail later. And there is a judicial review risk for the council and possibly damages claims if council decision-making breaches these rules of good decision-making. And that risk is not least further delay and uncertainty for the community on top of everything else. As the Mayor has said, the RMA requires the council to make a decision on the IHP recommendations. It requires the council to either accept or reject every recommendation. Now, the Act doesn't require the council to propose an alternative recommendation to the Minister if the council does reject an IHP recommendation. The council has an option to propose an alternative recommendation to the Minister. But the officer advice to you is that the council is losing an opportunity to try and influence the Minister's decision-making if it is not proposing an alternative. That there's nothing to be achieved by simply rejecting an IHP recommendation and not proposing something different to the Minister. Council officers have put a great deal of work into identifying submissions or part of the IHP record that's relevant to any alternative proposals that are being put forward by councillors today. And the way we've summarised there is that alternative recommendations have been tied to submission points. And so that's why I emphasised earlier on that making a decision today that isn't tied to submission points or evidence increases the risk of the Minister rejecting the council's alternative and increases judicial review risk. So if there is to be, and we hope there's not a great deal, but if there are to be any alternative recommendations raised today that officers don't really know about, we'll be saying let's not deal with that on the fly during the meeting because that creates risk. Let's adjourn the meeting, give officers the time to work with the Mayor or the councillors if there are those alternatives being raised, and then come back together to deal with it in a more fully informed sort of way. Any IHP recommendation that you reject, this is simply summarising what the RMA says. Any IHP recommendation that you reject has to be decided by the Minister. The Minister will consider the same material that you've considered together with any reasons that you set out for rejecting the IHP recommendation. If you do propose an alternative, it will go off to the Minister together with a description of the reasons for that alternative. What we don't know is what will happen if the Minister is thinking about a IHP recommendation that Council rejects, but Council doesn't state an alternative for the Minister to consider. We don't know what the scope of the Minister's decision-making will be on that. It's not totally clear, but hopefully we don't have to advise you on that because, as I've said, officers are very firmly advising that if you are rejecting an IHP recommendation, make sure you're proposing an alternative for the Minister. In the last information session, it was clear that we weren't being very clear about the relationship between Plan Change 13 and Plan Change 14, and so the purpose of this slide is to try and clarify that a little bit more. Plan Change 13 on heritage matters was notified at roughly the same time as Plan Change 14. It had been drafted before Plan Change 14, but it was notified around the same time. Now, there are things called residential heritage areas that the Council included in Plan Change 14 and are also included in Plan Change 13, together with all other heritage matters. Your decision-making today will be deciding whether to accept IHP recommendations to remove residential heritage areas from Plan Change 14. So you'll be making that decision today. Now, that decision doesn't change Plan Change 13. That's a separate plan change going through its own separate legal process. So if, for example, you decide to accept the IHP recommendation and remove residential heritage areas from Plan Change 14, they are still existing in Plan Change 13 as a proposed change to the district plan. So people will still be constrained from the type of activity that the rules for residential heritage areas constrain, even though you've made that decision in PC 14. So what you will need to think about when an officer report comes back to you in, I think, a week's time, Mark, on Plan Change 13, you'll need to decide on Plan Change 13 whether you're going to continue with residential heritage areas in that or whether you're going to withdraw them. So it doesn't matter whether you accept or reject the IHP recommendation on PC 14, these residential heritage areas will still exist in PC 13 unless you decide to take them out. Now, there will be pros and cons of having inconsistent decision-making between PC 14 and PC 13. And the staff report coming back to you in a week's time about PC 13 will talk about that. But just as an example, you might think that for purely pragmatic reasons, because the IHP has said that the council didn't adduce sufficient evidence to justify residential heritage areas in PC 14, you might think, well, there's no point in opposing the IHP recommendation in PC 14. We'll deal with that by continuing with PC 13 and beefing up the evidence. So that's one example. Another example might be that you fully accept the reasoning of the IHP in rejecting residential heritage areas in PC 14, and you accept their recommendations in that, and you make the same decision in PC 13 by discontinuing residential heritage areas. So for that reason, we've said here that in this slide that for the purpose of staff writing a report for you on PC 13 next week, it would be great if you can indicate the reasons for your decisions today on residential heritage areas in PC 14. So you'll be telling us whether you are intending to, at this stage, subject to what you see in the staff report, whether you're intending to keep residential heritage areas in PC 13 or whether you're intending to take them out of that as well. We can come back to that. It's an awfully confusing one. We'll come back to that if you want. Now we've got 2 slides here just summarising a High Court decision in what we've been calling the Waikanai case, because that's an important part or an important influence on the IHP recommendations to you. Pretty briefly, PC 14 included rules that constrain development more than does the operative plan. And that's because prior to a High Court decision that came out in June of this year, it wasn't clear whether those types of rules were authorised by the RMA or not. It was the council view, based on legal advice to the council, that Plan Change 14 could introduce rules that constrained existing development in the operative plan. After the IHP hearing closed, so that means after the last point at which anyone, including the council, could have any influence on the IHP decision-making, the High Court issued its decision in what we're calling the Waikanai case. And that decision was that this type of plan change for this sort of process cannot introduce rules that constrain development more than does the operative plan. And that High Court decision has had an influence on some big parts of the IHP recommendation. This council needs to follow that IHP decision, needs to apply it. It would be unlawful to depart from that approach to the interpretation of the RMA. And with thanks to one of my colleagues, Ms. Appleyard, who was involved in the IHP process, here is a tidy way of trying to explain what the High Court decision in Waikanai does. What it does is say that rules in this type of plan change, where they are talking about things like qualifying matters, they're limiting the development that would otherwise be enabled by this plan change. So that's the yellow bit in that wee graph. What they can't do, says the High Court, is limit existing development rights under the operative plan. And that's broadly the end of the legal component of this presentation. Thank you. Passing to you.
Thanks, Brent. So as shown on the slide there, no doubt you're familiar that there are a number of alternative recommendations that have been put forward, 21 in total. They're just listed there on the slide for reference. I won't be going through all of those, but as Brent has alluded to, they will be subject to the Minister's approval in due course, should they succeed today as well. In terms of the scope of what the Plan Change 14 decision is for today, at a commercial level, it is all of the commercial centre zone. So it is the balance of the city centre, which was in part decided on the 18th of September, and all of the suburban centres surrounding that throughout the urban area, including also the commercial Banks Peninsula zoning for Littleton, and also the large format retail zone being proposed as well. In terms of residential, there are medium and high density residential zones that is part of the Plan Change 14 Policy 3 element, including residential suburban and residential suburban density transition and coastal environments, which is a response to the qualifying matter approach to retain operative zoning where there is a sufficient overlap in terms of mitigating that risk. So qualifying matters in terms of restricting any intensification are very much part of this decision making within those Policy 3 environments as well. We also have specific purpose or other zones, and that is principally as a result of the catchment approach for Policy 3. Policy 3 is fundamentally about intensification within those commercial centres and surrounds. Walking catchments is the approach that has been recommended by the hearings panel, and in doing so, all of the zones that fall within that catchment are part of this decision on Policy 3. So it includes those school sites, hospital sites, tertiary education and the like as well, and possibly through mixed use as well through an alternative recommendation near the city centre. It's worthwhile to note that all of the accepted IHP recommendations are treated as operative from the notification of decision, which we intend to be the 12th of December. What that means is effectively that they override what is in the operative district plan as of today. Including that, all of the councillor alternative recommendations have legal effect as well from the notification of decision. That is our most recent advice that we've received, and that's important to recognise considering the scope of alternatives that we have before you today. In terms of the fundamental approach of Policy 3, like you'll know, the city centre really in reality has no height limit, and so again today's decision is about the balance of the city centre zone of what hadn't been considered on the 18th of September. Surrounding that, we have the residential high density area, which has a central city residential precinct, which enables buildings up to 39 metres or about 12 stories. And then beyond that, other high density areas are enabled to 22 metres within the 4 avenues, or otherwise 14 metres around those larger suburban commercial areas. Those suburban commercial areas are made up of town, local and neighbourhood centres, town being the largest, and then local and neighbourhood beneath those. Town has been split into 2 larger town centres, the Hornby, Riccarton and Papanui, enabled to 32 metres or about 10 stories, and the remaining to 22 metres or about 6 stories. Local centre zones, most of those are at 14 metres. We have Littleton Centre at 12 metres as well, considering the qualified matter of heritage for that centre as well. And the neighbourhood is at 14. And then surrounding some centres, we also have medium density zoning, which the IHP has recommended around specific local centres within a 200 metre catchment, and that is 12 metres in practice in terms of development under the medium density zone. The centres framework that exists in the district plan is built on a hierarchy as follows on the left there in terms of table 15.1. The exercise that Plan Change 14 went through is to effectively translate that hierarchy to what's called the National Planning Standards. And so the main point here is that the position within that hierarchy that exists within the district plan is fundamentally unchanged. The names have changed accordingly, and in some cases the level of intensification within those centres have also changed. That degree of intensification is as follows. So like I said, we have town centres split into larger and then normal town centres, and then they're split accordingly in terms of the heights. And then larger local centres, which is also to 6 stories or 22 metres, and then those specific local centres. It's those specific local centres where there is the Policy 3 approach that the hearings panel has identified within a 200 metre walking catchment, which includes the medium density, which is the MDRS component of that as well. Neighbourhood centres are simply enabled to 14 metres in height, and there is no intensification around those centres as recommended by the hearings panel. In terms of the 2 zones, from a residential perspective, really high density on the left there is incorporated within all commercial centres of 22 metres or greater, except for North Hallswell, which is simply just enabled to medium density within the balance of the outline development plan area, and the Ferry Mead Centre, and that's a function of the qualifying matters, the coastal hazards surrounding that centre. And so in that instance, for the most part, the operative zoning is held around that centre. Walking catchments, like I said, have been used to delineate the Policy 3 approach, and for high density zoning, that is between 400 metres and 800 metres, or 5 to 10 minutes for high density areas, except for the central city, which is generally between 0, which is the interface of the zone to Beeley Ave, and to about 800 metres, effectively capturing the 4 avenues in terms of the walking catchment from the central city. The high density zone, without any specific precincts or overlays, like I said, enables 14 metres in building height. The standards are very similar to medium density by function of applying the MDRS, but there are specific standards that are more lenient within the high density zone, and that really reflects the greater intensification that the zone is intended for. Like I said, there are specific precincts that apply within the high density zone. Within the 4 avenues, the permitted height increases to 6 stories as of right, or 22 metres, and then immediately adjacent to the city centre zone in the central city residential precinct, 39 metres or about 12 stories is also enabled. Like I said, medium density is applied around those local centre catchments of about 200 metres, except for the likes of Akaroa, given it's not within the urban context of this plan change. The medium density residential zone really is where the MDRS comes into its own. That is really the substantive input in terms of the standards, and so that permits a building height of 11 metres plus 1 metre in roof height, so 12 metres overall. In terms of spatially applying the Policy 3 extent, this high-level picture of the city highlights all of the areas that is captured within Policy 3. So you can see there in all the pink bubbles represents the 30 or so local centre walking catchments that enables the medium density, and then the orange is all of the high density around those larger centres there as well, including some of the other mixed use and other industrial zones that fall within the Policy 3 catchment. In terms of how that relates to the existing plan, what I've tried to show here is all the medium density areas that are for residential zones as well. So we have RMD, the residential medium density zone there, and RSDT, the 2-storey equivalent effectively, that exists there as well. So this shows really in contrast to what we have beyond that, what is enabled for medium density within those areas. Just to note as well, there were 4 centres that we originally had discounted in terms of the catchments, being for Littleton, Sumner, Redcliffs and New Brighton, and that is really because of the influence of qualifying matters for those centres. And so, as you'll know, for the likes of New Brighton, Sumner and Redcliffs, there is a very strong influence of coastal qualifying matters and tsunami risk as well. And the IHP have accepted that where there's a 30% overlap or more for specific sites, that the operative zoning holds. And so there are specific areas where that proportion isn't met, that 30% threshold, and so in those instances, medium density would exist. So, for example, the elevated positions of Sumner and Redcliffs would transition from what is operatively as residential hills to being the medium density zone. For Littleton, we had originally interpreted the IHP recommendation to say that where there is a character area that the operative zoning would hold. That has been clarified by the hearings panel to say that it is instead medium density zoning but retain the operative character controls. And so as a result of the Policy 3 recommendation from the hearings panel of 200 metre walking catchment, there are some areas that are very nearby the commercial side of Littleton that would change to being medium density, albeit with the character area overlay as well. In terms of the overall building form, this is a bit of a scale diagram of the city as a result of the full recommendations from the hearings panel. So obviously you can see there within the central city being the largest element, noting that anything above 45 metres is a restricted discretionary activity, so there's no explicit height limit within the central city zone, and then the heights cascade down from there as well. We have shown on there the larger town centre heights with the surrounding high density, as well as the town standard, town centre heights as well. So it's only really the surrounds of those commercial areas that has been decided on today. Like Brent earlier discussed, officers have proposed an alternative recommendation regarding the residential pathways. So the residential pathways recommendation was a response to the High Court precedent about not being more restrictive than status quo development rights. Effectively, the recommendation from the hearings panel seeks to apply all of the operative residential controls where medium or high density zoning is provided, and provide that as a separate pathway for applicants to choose whether or not to apply the operative controls or to apply the medium density or high density controls under PC14. There have been a number of minutes that have canvassed the issue, the latest being introduced very recently, and as a result of the time frame that we have, there hasn't been really any opportunity to clarify or amend that any further. And as Brent said, Council's been unable to comment on the application of the precedent considering the timing of the High Court case in that matter. So, like I said, the panel's recommendation is really to provide an option for people. The concept is really that either are applied, either the operative controls or the PC14 controls. The intent is that there's no choosing between the two. We don't want the ability, or there shouldn't be the ability to be able to select between controls. They should remain independent of each other. However, we have an issue with the latest recommendation from the panel in minute 58, in our view, makes the rules unclear. We consider that the rules are contradictory in of themselves in terms of the framework that's set in minute 58 and also don't reflect previous recommendation. As you may have seen, the Chair's view of this differs, but our review and the legal view also hasn't changed, that they are contradictory. And so as a result, we are putting forward an officer recommendation as an alternative to address the deficiency in our eyes. The officer alternative is fourfold. Firstly is to accept the IHP's recommendation that the pathways remain independent. Second is to reject any provisions that have been put forward that remove that independence or to make that unclear. And then third is to simply adopt existing planned practice in terms of the alternative framework to simplify the approach of duplicate chapters that would otherwise exist with the operative and the PC14 elements. And really also to ensure that the framework reflects a policy 3 only decision, which what today is, noting that the hearings panel recommendations have been drafted as all of PC14 with MDRS included as well. So that brings me to the end of the overview of what Plan Change 14 Policy 3 element is. From what we understand, there are a number of matters to be tabled in terms of changes to recommendations. And so just to note those, Recommendation 19 deals with qualifying matters that are within those Policy 3 contexts. It should be added to have the tsunami management area there as well. As I said, there are those 3 centres that are heavily influenced by qualifying matters for coastal. And so as a result of that, that needs to be captured there. And in 41, this relates to Chapter 7 changes, should also include any other zones decided upon as well to ensure that the framework is consistent with the decision that's been made today. And 53 relates to updates to the high density catchment around Riccarton, and that's to clarify the application of the Policy 3 catchment to not include Matai Street West, and so to remove that element to increase that clarity. And 67 relates to the perimeter block controls alternative that has been put forward, and that is to remove the extension of the catchment, so effectively to hold the 200 metre walking catchment that the panel has recommended around those local centres, and not to extend that for Barrington, Bishopdale and Horswell as well. So that brings me to the end of what we have as table changes, and I'm happy to hand over to you, Mayor, for recommendations.
Okay. You want some questions before we get into the... Okay, Pauline, then Tim?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is so complex. So just when you talk about our amendments today, if an amendment is passed today, does it become operative upon notification?
So in terms of an alternative recommendation, it will have legal effect. So it's as good as, and so it can be implemented through a consenting regime after the notification of decision on the 12th of December. That's right.
12th of December this year?
Correct.
Sorry, just adding to that though. So what that means is that the proposed plan rule in the alternative will be in legal effect from notification, but there will also be an operative district plan. So it doesn't replace the operative district plan, it's taken into account in resource consenting.
Okay, but what I'm finding confusing is that I thought those decisions were going to the minister.
That's right. So effectively, there will be a period, an interim period, that there will be waiting towards the alternative recommendations that are put forward, considering we are making, or council is making, a decision on submissions. However, should the minister then go against that alternative when he responds, then what the minister's put forward will effectively supersede that. So there could, in that scenario, be a period of legal effect, which is then consequently removed if the minister were to go against that in time.
Yeah, but the problem is that some of the amendments were around removal of heritage listings. So by the time the minister was to visit that decision, a particular property could well have been demolished already.
So in terms of the heritage listings, those that exist within the operative plan, that will still hold, so there's no immediate concern around that. Also, in terms of the other matters regarding what's captured in Plan Change 13, like we've discussed, that still has legal effect because of the separate plan change process. So effectively under the Act, any matter that relates to heritage of a plan change has effect effectively as soon as it is notified, and so those areas that overlap with Plan Change 13, there is no concern there in terms of removing the heritage control. Plan Change 13 still ensures that heritage control remains.
Thank you. And I've got 3 quick questions and maybe 4, but I just think it's it is important for our ratepayers to do a wee bit of history, but in clarification. So Brent, could you just clarify judicial review? So we've met before and people have said, oh look, we're going to take the council to just judicial review, etc. Can you just explain very quickly and simply the process of judicial review? Because it's something that I've been asked by ratepayers all the time.
Sure. So judicial review means that someone's applied to the High Court and has asked the High Court to have the High Court judge to review the council's decision making, and that can apply to any council decision making in which the council has exercised a sort of quasi-judicial judgment itself. And what the High Court is reviewing is whether there was a fundamental flaw or error in the way the council made the decision. So the High Court doesn't substitute its own view on the merits of whatever the council decided on for the council view. But what the High Court judge does do is look at whether the council took into account all relevant considerations, whether the council disregarded all irrelevant considerations, whether the council decision, whether there was any sort of fundamental error of law in the council's decision making, or whether the council decision was one that no reasonable decision maker could have made in the circumstances. So it's a very high level judicial review of the way the council made its decision. But as I say, if the issue is solely about whether the council was right, for example, to accept an IHP recommendation, that's a decision on the merits, and the High Court doesn't involve itself in that. Now, if the High Court finds that there was a reviewable error in the council decision making, the High Court has 2 options. The one that it uses most is to send the matter back to the council, to say to the council, you made an error in that, make the decision again and make it right this time. So that's what the High Court would usually do. Sometimes the High Court would substitute its own decision for that of the council, but that's pretty rare.
Thank you. The second one, and probably more for Mark or Ike, the whole process of this was started with a bipartisan agreement between both main parties, wasn't it, about intensification and trying to bring down house prices through that. Would that be a fair statement?
Well, that's I'll answer that, Ike. So that's where the legislation came from in the first place. That the change to the RMA that introduced the requirement to have this sort of plan change came through a bipartisan agreement, but that subsequently fell apart, as you know.
Cool. Thank you very much. And
Just worth noting in terms of the policy 3 element that we're deciding on today, that has a genesis from 2016. So 2016 was the original National Policy Statement for Urban Development Capacity, and that was consequently changed in 2020 to include this policy 3 element. And so like Brent said, the Act was then changed thereafter to introduce the streamlined planning process as well as the MDRS, and effectively meld those two together to have the policy 3 element from the 2020 NPSUD as well as the intensification element from the MDRS.
thank you very much. And just saying that no major parties actually discussed at any point foreign ownership and restricting that, which would actually bring down the prices. Nothing has been done has actually brought down the house prices to date. So thank you.
Yanni?
Thank you. I'm just struggling to understand this whole residential pathways thing, right? Can you just give me a practical example? If you're a developer or someone applying for a resource consent, can you just talk me through what would happen with the residential pathways versus without it? Can you just be clear? Like, someone comes to council, says, I want to build, 10 units under the district plan. How does the residential pathways work? I'm still struggling to understand what that concept is.
Sure. So without the pathways, simply the applicant would assess the rules against the relative zone. And so it's as per it is today. With the pathways, there's a choice. And so the rules that have been drafted that discuss the pathways say that without stating an intent to use the operative framework, that the zone rules apply. And so we've intended, and the IHP have accepted, to make it as simple as possible, that if someone doesn't state their intent to use a pathway, it's easy. It simply applies medium or high density accordingly. Where it changes is that if an applicant feels that the operative framework, for whatever reason, is more amenable to the development that they want to do, then they can elect to use the operative zoning that existed before Plan Change 14. So say, for example, you had a site and you are under Plan Change 14 medium density zone, and under the operative you are residential suburban density transition, then you could say, look, I think that the provisions are more lenient for the residential density transition, the operative framework, and I want to elect to use those, and so the entirety of that framework would apply. Where we have sought to have clarity is around making sure that they are treated in isolation, because they are a package of rules intended to deliver an outcome together. And so we don't want those rules to pick and mix together, and that's why the independence of those frameworks is so important.
Right. So basically, the person that's developing gets to choose the most lenient pathway that they see to meet their development, so they can have the lesser amount of rules effectively, and we're giving people the option to do that. Is that the takeaway?
That's the fundamental of the recommendation from the hearings panel, that an applicant can choose which way they want to go, yes.
And why is this an issue?
Well, I guess in terms of where it's come from, its genesis is about making sure that any provisions that are put forward aren't more restrictive than the status quo. So as part of Plan Change 14, there are additional ancillary controls such as fencing, placement of outdoor ventilation units and the like that are new. And so by their very nature, they are more restrictive than the status quo. So the hearings panel felt that it was necessary and simplest really to provide an entire framework that was separate, and so applicants can choose to use the operative or the Plan Change 14 route. Where it's become an issue in the most recent minute is that, in our view, those provisions that seek to maintain the independence of those two pathways has been diluted. And so it makes it unclear about how an applicant can actually go through the process of independently providing those pathways and ensuring that there isn't a pick and mix scenario between the two.
So, well, like, just to be really clear, like, if we, I just don't understand, like, given that we've got this kind of two different plans now for developers, why wouldn't we just review the entire district plan and just have one plan that people know what the rules are?
I entirely agree that that could be an option post Plan Change 14, but the very problem is that this is a result of the function of the legislation to introduce a streamlined planning process. So it's far more fickle than a standard plan change
So a
process.
streamlined process has made it more complicated, more expensive, takes more resources and time to sort, basically.
It's more specific about what's in and out of scope. Simple as that. And so it can't do a full district plan review. That's a separate full Schedule 1 plan change.
Thank you.
Can you
Thank
just,
you, Yannick.
the other question I just had was around the heritage. So my understanding, and I've put an amendment that we defer the heritage considerations until PC 13. So I think the advice that I've had back from you is we vote against adding that to the scope of this. Is that correct? Or do we have to reject all the hearing panel's recommendations on heritage and character overlays? Can you just give me some clarity on that? There's been a lot of public interest in what's happening with heritage and character, and I'd just like to be really clear around the decisions that we can make today and the ones that we can't.
Yep. So we must make a decision on all of those heritage matters that fall within a Policy 3 context. It's as simple as that. So you must decide either to accept the IHP recommendation or to reject the IHP recommendation with an alternative. And for those matters that overlap with Plan Change 13, what we're saying is that really regardless of the decision that gets made today, in terms of those overlap, Plan Change 13 still is a process that will have legal effect and can consider those matters. And so there's like Brent said, there's a report coming later on in the month in terms of those matters that overlap regarding residential heritage areas and whether or not there is an intent to withdraw. So what we have said is that we would like elected members to state their reasonings in terms of residential heritage areas, in terms of what you're intending with the vote today to accept or reject hearing panel's recommendations.
Right. And
Enough. We are getting out of control here. We're starting to bore on into every separate recommendation. There will be an opportunity to ask questions on the individual recommendations, specific recs, as we go forward. And here we are starting to get into them already, and we haven't even got off the first page. If the next 5 questions are just general questions on it, and just bear in mind, as we get to the recommendations, 55, 65, whatever it is down the track, we can ask these questions, tighter questions now of them. So, Aaron.
Feel free to cut me off, Mr. Mayor.
Anytime you like.
So with the removal of the coastal areas, why is that? I would have thought now would be a good time to be adding height. Like most of the world that has flooding zones, tsunami areas, it's all parking underneath. So you put your 2-story house on top of your parking, and then you can stay in your house during a tsunami and no one dies.
The recommendation from the hearings panel regarding those sites that have that sufficient overlap is to retain the operative district plan controls. And a key reason for that is that the hearings panel recognise that council intends to have a separate plan change process, Plan Change 12, which will consider all of the controls in its fulsome for those areas. And so the hearings panel, in terms of its recommendations for 14, has accepted that this is a holding pattern before Plan Change 12. Plan Change 12 is the real opportunity to change those provisions in their fulsome.
Right. Thank you. Okay. Andre?
Thank you. Do you have any indication on what sort of time frame would expect to get a a decision from the minister. From my quick Google, it looks like it was about 6 weeks in Wellington. We've got a Christmas period coming up.
Yeah, so my guess, and there's no indication from the ministry, would be March sometime. There is work that we as officers need to do to ensure that the package of material that we're providing to the minister is complete.
Yes.
We've already received the template from the ministry in terms of work that's required. Our intention very much is to have that submitted by the end of this year, and so it's fresh for the ministry and the minister to consider in the new year. And so, yeah, best indication, simple guess it is March, but around that time. There is a duty really to consider it as quickly as possible, but these are complex.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, mate. Victoria?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My question is supplementary to Councillor Scandrett and Councillor Johansson. It's in respect of the judicial review and the residential heritage. So you have asked us to state our reasoning when we vote on that matter. And I'm seeking to understand that if we don't, or if we can't, does that open us up for judicial review? And I suppose the second part of that, is it a reason that we have to agree all together as the council's view, and what happens if everybody have different reasons as to why they voted one way or another, and how does that impact on the likelihood of judicial review? Can you help me understand that, please?
A little bit, maybe not a lot. So when I was talking about the expressing reasons for your decision today on PC 14, I was putting myself in the shoes of the council officers who are writing a report to you coming to the next council meeting, or I think it's on the 11th of December, writing a report on Plan Change 13. You see, what that report's going to be doing is making a recommendation to you based on what officers see as being the feeling around the table, if you like, about whether the council wants to continue with residential heritage areas in PC 13 or not. So when I was talking about the reasons for your decision, I was talking principally about that kind of pragmatic aspect of it that I described before. So just to recap that again, the IHP is recommending, and I'll concentrate on residential heritage areas. The IHP recommends that residential heritage areas not be kept in Plan Change 14. Okay. If the council accepts that recommendation on the basis that it accepts the IHP's reasoning that the evidence didn't really stack up in PC 14 to justify those residential heritage areas, if the council says that today, then staff know that you're still intending to continue with residential heritage areas in PC 13. And we'll be able to take that on board when the staff are preparing that report to come to a council meeting next week. So in terms of...
are we inherently then suggesting to you that we support it and we'd like it in Plan Change 13, but we want you to beef up the evidence?
Yeah, it would be, yeah.
Okay, Tyler, please.
This is in regards to the heritage part, and I'm happy to move it across, but I just want to make sure I don't get surprised by the alternative recommendation that Yanni's going to be pushing forward. But it's in regards to the timing of pushing the heritage provision from here to PC 13, particularly relating to Antonio Hall. In relation to the Carter Group's buildings, such as the Blue Cottage and the one just outside council, the Harley Chambers, what's the difference between both of those levers? So we've moved to take away the heritage provisions for those, but now this is sitting differently. I'm just trying to understand or gain scope of what the difference is between the two. And if this wasn't to pass today, what alternative levers are there for Antonio Hall, etc.?
So on the 18th of September,
you made a decision to remove Harley Chambers, Blue Cottage from the schedule of heritage items in the district plan. The effect of that was to remove the listing. In respect of the Blue Cottage, as an example, on the corner of Armagh and Montreal, in addition to its listing in a schedule, which you've removed, it's also within a residential heritage area. Residential heritage areas are a matter you have not decided yet, and which, in the context of today, you'll decide in the context of Plan Change 14 whether to accept or reject the hearings panel's recommendation on that. Regardless of that recommendation, residential heritage areas would then also be subject to a decision in the context of Plan Change 13 because they're still alive for a different process to this, regardless of what you decide today. So you can't make a decision on residential heritage areas in only one context. You need to make a decision on Plan Change 14 in respect of residential heritage areas, but also a second decision in the context of Plan Change 13.
Okay, so residential heritage areas are particularly around Pico Shands, which is double layered in character and heritage. Am I right in thinking that?
That's correct. There's 11 residential heritage areas across the city proposed, 4 of which are within Policy 3 areas. So today, the focus of your decision is on the Policy 3 areas and making a decision on whether to accept or reject the panel's recommendations on residential heritage areas being retained. In doing so, as Brent said, a clear indication of your reasoning for that so that we can give advice come the 11th of December on whether you retain residential heritage areas within Plan Change 13 as well, or
Cool.
not.
Sweet. I got those reasons. Thanks.
Yep, very. And they're all good questions, they're very good answers. And lastly, Mel, and then we'll get into it.
The topic is. If we decide to accept the recommendation to not have residential heritage areas in Policy 3, and then it's live later, in the interim time from the 12th of December up to when we make the decision on PC 13, if we decide to carry it on, what will the heritage, I'm confused myself now, but I want to know what the actual state of each, in those heritage areas, will those heritage things apply either way we make a decision? Is that, I'm confused about it. So either, whatever decision we make today, it'll still be heritage until we make a decision to take it out of PC 13, is that right?
Yeah, the rule in Plan Change 13, the rules took effect from notification when we invited submissions, and will continue to take effect until you make any decision to withdraw those rules or not.
Yeah, but that's different to the heritage listings like Antonio Hall. So if we decide today to accept the panel's recommendation to take it out, does that mean it's now out?
Correct.
Right, so okay. But, and then we couldn't really bring it back through PC. We couldn't change it at all later. Right, okay. Cool.
So thank you very much. Right. Thanks very much for that. And just going back onto the small modifications that some of the councillors have made to their recommendations, the ones you said, the changes that you brought up. Yep, those. Okay, so that's all sorted. I don't know if this is the right time to bring this up, but there's one that was floating around and I didn't know whether it was in there or not, but it's number 55 is, I thought that Fendleton Village Local Centre could or would be part of that. Is that too late to do that? I've talked the mover and seconder, but it's up to you guys to see if it can be put in. So it's just something to think about. Don't have to tell me now. I'm just go away and think.
Yeah, I mean, like we've said earlier, our preferences for any modification of alternatives that come today or any new alternatives that they are considered after staff have done the work to align those submission points.
Okay, yep.
And so that could be, depending on how timing goes, either later today or tomorrow.
Yep.
Our preferences for tomorrow, so there's time to do that work.
Okay, no, I'll just throw it out there. Thank you very much. Right. We are now... Not everyone's got that. Yeah, everyone's got this, haven't they? Yeah, good. We're motoring through it. We're up to page 2. I'm serious. No, they're all good questions. Right, so scope and qualifying matters. Number 1 to 21, I'm moving it, the Deputy Mayor is seconding it. So, as you know, that we told the other day, we're chopping them up into 4 different blocks. Recommendations 1 to 4, which is on page 2 to 3 of your table. Has anyone got any questions on those ones? And just because no one's talking doesn't mean to say you have to. And then I'll put the next group. Yanni. It's just for Recs 1 to 4, mate.
Right. Okay. Cool. So that's just these. Oh yeah. Cool. Sorry, I'm just trying to get to the page.
Yep,
So
page 2 and 3.
yeah. Cool. So in terms of 4, can I just check? Is this the one around 4K that we basically, if we're concerned about the heritage, doing more heritage that's out of that's relevant to PT13? This is where we do that under 4K.
Yeah, so in 4K, Roman numeral 3 and 5, those are aspects that are beyond policy 3 catchment in terms of what's being considered.
And
2 as well in terms of Dewsbury Lane. So Councillor McDonald's alternative regarding Dewsbury Lane is outside of policy 3 catchment. Pico Shan residential heritage area and the character area from Councillor Harrison Hunt's recommendation and extension, if you will, is also beyond policy 3 area, and then 5 as well for Antonio Hall at 265 Rickerton Road. So in those respects, Council's using its discretion to extend the minimum of what's been decided.
And also, just to be clear, the special purpose Otakaro Avon River Corridor, which is on page 3, but part of the 4, it's 4S.
Yep.
That's also out of, sorry, I forget the phrase you used, but that's got a private plan change that can be dealing with it. Doesn't need to be dealt with as part of this. And so therefore, the way to do that is to reject it here.
That remains to be seen. The private plan change process has, because of the overlap in terms of what had been identified and what we notified with plan change 14, sought to go through the plan change 14 route. And so as a result of that, the 2-year time frame that is required for a plan change to be resolved from the date of notification under the Act has lapsed. And so there isn't the ability through that private plan change to continue without seeking leave from the ministry, and they're fully entitled to consider that and reject that application because the time frame has lapsed for that private plan change.
Okay, thank you. Sarah, please.
Thanks. Thanks for making the change to my alternate, but I think that 4K1 now needs 3 words taken out of it. Barrington, Bishopdale and Horswell. Well, 4 words. So we leave city centre.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Yeah. So on that recommendation, yeah. 4K1. So
And then I think also in that respect, the reference to recommendation 67 in that part can be taken out as well.
yeah, because that's what that was from.
Yep.
Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. Mark.
Thank you. Just want to make sure that my conflict on 4K4 Rickerton Bush interface is noted, and I'll step back from that particular clause.
All right, okay, yep, thank you. Right, okay, no more questions on that little grouping. We'll go Recs 5 to 11. They're on page 4 of your song sheet. Any questions there? No, that's good. Okay, the next one's Recs 12 to 16 on page 5. Yanni.
Sorry, just to get clarity that these ones are ones that have to be considered today in terms of heritage or character overlay. apart from 12E?
Yeah, so that's the nuance. So in terms of E, that's not required to be considered. So the alternative that regards sorry, there is an alternative for that because effectively the IHP's recommendation is to reject the residential heritage areas, and so this is to include that as part of the consideration in terms of that specific residential heritage area. Pico Shan, like I said, is beyond policy 3, so we're applying our discretion to extend that. The ones that we must consider are A to D. So E, we're using our discretion to extend that.
Yeah, and just it's just, I know there's lots of information, but effectively, because we don't have the panel's recommendations in front on this sheet, are you able just to clarify the panel's recommendations for the Inner City West and Chester Street East are to do what?
For all of them is to reject the application of the residential heritage area.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering in terms of the public understanding the decision making, should it not be more specific when we're passing these resolutions so people know exactly what's being done? Like if you just read that, you as a member of the public, you would have no idea that it's rejecting or cancelling the residential heritage areas.
So we've sought to include the link to the recommendations at the top. And so there's a hyperlink to the page where it's at. The reason that we've done it this way is because if we were to detail what the recommendations are, it would be quite unwieldy because some of the recommendations are quite specific. And so this is the way that we've done it to simplify that really at the end of the day.
Right.
So we don't need to say, like I get it, we don't need to say we're removing the residential heritage area for these two, but or these 5, but it's effectively what we're doing, and someone has to go on a link on a website, it's a hyperlink.
Well, you do because you're the decision maker.
Yeah, we do. I'm just talking about the public though. When they read this document, when the minutes come out, how are they going to understand the decision that we've made?
Who's reading it?
Well, the council can publish publicity material and explanatory material as well.
Okay, right. We'll now move on to the last wee grouping, Rec 17 to 21, which is on page 6. Mel, you got your hand up? Or are you just scratching your ear? Okay. Right. There's an update on recommendation number 19. It's the one, the guys have it, L?
Yeah.
Yeah, accepts the panel's recommendation on tsunami management area.
That's right.
Is that right?
Yep.
Yanni.
Just to clarify that the panel's recommendation on the radio communications pathways qualifying matter is to enable the radio communications pathways to be blocked by development, and if we
Incorrect.
Sorry, okay, yeah. Can you just clarify? Because I thought there was an amendment to remove this. So
So the hearings panel changed its position from what it originally had. So we sought through multiple clarifications to understand the rationale for the initial rejection of the qualifying matter. And several weeks ago, the hearings panel came back and accepted the rationale that it should be a qualifying matter. So now, as a result of applying the IHP's recommendation, should any building enter into that pathway, they will require resource consent to do so. They cannot block the pathway.
And so did they just have a change of mind, or I mean, what happened? Because they were pretty adamant when we got briefed on it last time that it shouldn't be a qualifying matter.
Yeah, so fundamentally the position was around scope rather than merit. They absolutely agreed with the merit. It was, again, the difficulty of the ISPP process and whether or not it was a policy 3 consideration. And so we helped to understand what that was like. The Ministry of Justice also was in correspondence with us, which we forwarded to the hearings panel. And as a result of that, they understood that it could be considered as part of that scope, and they changed their position accordingly.
And does it have any wider implications on other things that we've argued that aren't in scope that they've added?
There are a few things that they've changed their tune on through. the consequential minutes and the like after the recommendations were changed. They're more points of clarity than anything. But yeah, this is one of the examples where the whole qualifying matter has come in back again.
And was that again based on the Waikanai that we can't do anything that's any more restrictive than what we've currently got? That's basically the logic.
In terms of the radio pathways, yeah, that was part of the consideration. It was more along the lines of Policy 3 directs this kind of height, and the heights that are being managed are beyond that. So I'm simplifying a lot, but in a nutshell, that's what the recommendation was, or the reasoning for the recommendation to initially reject it.
In respect of Waikanai, they changed their recommendation, resulted in a change to the rules such that it didn't breach the Waikanai case any longer. So that was addressed through their revised recommendation.
Yeah, so to be clear, they didn't accept the rule framework that council had recommended. They recommended an alternative framework, so like Mark said, to address the Waikanai issue.
Beautiful. Pauline, please.
Thank you. Can you please explain 19K, what the recommendation is?
Certainly.
Thanks.
So 19K relates to the residential character areas that exist within Policy 3. And so the ones that are listed there, like I've said, Littleton is to accept the character area qualifying matter, and so that would be retained. There's some smaller nuance to some sites that don't meet the criteria, but it is largely retained in terms of a qualifying matter. However, the likes of Ranfurly, Beverley and Clifton, the recommendation is to remove those. For Clifton, it regards the Clifton area and reflects the change that's happened post-earthquake in terms of those buildings being removed, and so it doesn't really reflect the characteristics that with the rationale for its original intention when the district plan came in. And for Ranfurly and Beverley, those exist within high density context, and so the hearings panel considered that the balance of Policy 3 in terms of high density effectively was more superior than retaining character areas in those streets.
Thank you.
So what, in a process thing, if one wanted to vote against that one, you can just put it separately, can ask, but then, so for me, I don't agree with the Ranfurly or Beverley, but I agree with Clifton and Littleton, so how do we manage that? Or just vote against the whole thing? I mean, the whole K.
So if you'd like, I can note that your vote against a specific aspect of that recommendation be recorded. Now, if too many of the elected members want, these two areas split out, then I would prefer to split the recommendation into.
Okay, so just let you know how we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Mel? No, you're right. Okay, so we've...
So that follows on from my question the other day. So just to be clear, we are able to vote on certain parts of recommendations, and splits will be. Yes.
You certainly note them.
Noting them will be fine.
Yes. So the way that the minutes are set up and structured for the elected members is now we're going to vote in the blocks that you have on your sheets and that we've just addressed the questions on. So 1 through 4, 5 through 11, etc. So if you want any aspect of that particular part of the recommendation put separate, if there's enough of you that would like your vote recorded against that, that can be done. Alternatively, if it's just one or two of you who'd like to note that you are voting against a certain component of the recommendation, I can note that down and the minutes will reflect that.
Excellent. All right.
Thank you.
Righto. So scope and qualifying matters. We are as Recs 1 to 21. We're going to go into debate if it's necessary. Now, do you want me to just go around the table and you'll say yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, or how do we want to do it? Usual? Do the usual? Righto. Who would like to debate Recs 1 to 21?
No thanks.
Right. Okay. Oh, Mel, yeah.
I'm probably going to agree with most of it, but I will vote against 12 and 13, considering the residential heritage areas will remain, and I think we should consider them when we consider PC 13. So that's probably my main point.
Okay, so now, Katie, just so I'm on the right track, I'm putting the first one.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's the conclusion of the debate.
Yeah. Yanni, sorry, did you have another question?
Debate.
Oh, sorry, it's in debate. No, that's right. Oh, sorry, debate. Sorry.
Yeah, cool.
I'm trying to get ahead of myself to the next group.
Yeah, I mean, my starting point is that we should actually do the heritage and through that plan change 13. And I do feel that it's inherently difficult for a community to follow the process when things get brought in ahead of the other plan change that we were doing. In particular, for this section, I am concerned and will be voting against the incorporation of the additional resolutions around the character areas and the heritage listings, and also the significant trees. And I also will be, so I will be voting against 12 and 13, and also 14G. I'd also like to vote against the Avon River Corridor Zone being done as part of this process. That was a really sensitive site because it was former residential land. There was a private plan change process, and I believe that that is the better process that should be used in terms of addressing those issues with the community being able to clearly be involved in the process. So for me, the kind of overriding principle is the more that we do as a city in terms of our district planning for our community, the better, rather than allowing the independent hearing panel to do effectively change almost our entire district plan, you know, and to do things outside of what the government intended. So that's my position. And yeah, thanks.
Fair enough. Tyler.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly address two things, which is Pico Shands and Antonio Hall. And the reasoning why I put that sitting outside the Policy 3 area is because it actually promotes housing in the area that is most suited to it. In the 1950s, the Labour government pushed forward a state housing campaign in the Pico Shands area, particularly Harrington, and that sits just outside of Matipo Street, which is HRZ at the moment, or soon, potentially soon to be, depending on how this council goes. And with Pico Shands, they're actually areas that need housing. They are single glazed, two-storey homes that are more than 50 years old, which need updating. The second one is Antonio Hall, which is built with a great bit of history. It's more than 100 years old. Thomas Kincaid, who was an old city councillor for that area, was living there too, and he was buried at St. Peter's Church. So I'm really, really sad to have to ask for this, but there is needs within the community that need to be addressed, particularly with student housing and housing for those that need it in the rental market. Riccarton is the highest rented ward in the city, and it'll probably continue to be with UC continuing to grow. So that's why I had to try and push for Antonio Hall and Pico Shands to be taken off the heritage listing. And the time is now. The time is not in a few months or in a few years' time. The student rate's going to continue to go up, and these are the perfect spots for them, particularly around that area of Church Corner and the university. Kia ora.
Thank you. Any other debate? No, righto. So I'll put them all separately. Okay. So recommendations 1 to 4, we have a mover and seconder on all of these, Pauline and I. So recommendations 1 to 4, I'll put that. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Yanni, got that? Yep.
I mean, how do you want to do it? Are you going to... You just want us to...
Yes, sir. I have your vote to be recorded against recommendations, so that's 4K, 2, 3, and 5.
Yeah. 2, 3, 5. Yep. And S. Yep. Cool. Great.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Right.
I'm finding it a little bit confusing because the recommendations K will be voting on separately their amendments.
You're talking about Antonio Hall, for argument's sake.
Well, yeah, and Dearsbury Lane and Pico.
It's just a,
And just to be clear, like, my vote wasn't against the first three. It was just that you're doing it in a block. So I'm just trying to make sure that the ones I am against, we can have recorded. So
Yeah, we're not putting Rex 1, 2, 3, 4 separately, it's just a block, okay?
But it does say subject to alternate
Yes,
recommendations.
so we don't
does.
have to
So we-
bother, yeah.
Okay, so
Thank you.
that Rex 1 to 4 is carried, thank you very much. Recommendations 5 to 11, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Carried, thank you very much. Rex 12 to 16, all those in favour? Aye. Against? Yep. Yep, so we've got Yanni and Mel who are
And me, I'm opposed to 13 and 14 as well.
right. Oh, totally the whole thing. 12 and 13.
Okay, sorry. For recommendation 12, can I get hands raised for against, please? That's Councillor Coker, Johansson,
Pauline.
McClellan,
Oh, yeah, sorry. Sleep.
and Councillor Deputy Mayor Cotter.
And Yanni was 14.
Yes. Recommendation 13, any hands against? Cotter, thank you. Recommendation 14, any votes against? Sorry, Councillor Johansson, that was a vote against 14?
Yep.
Thank you. I'll make that note. Recommendation 15, any votes against? Hands, please. Recommendation 16, any votes against?
No problem. Okay, so that's carried. Thank you very much. And the last one in this group, Rec 17 to 21. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. That is carried. We might have some morning tea for 15. Okay, so what have we got? Yeah, 11:15, please. Okay, everybody, welcome back. We are now moving on to zoning chapter decisions, financial contributions and other recommendations, either to Recs 22 to 49. I'm moving it and Pauline is seconding it. So we have the first lot we've got coming up for questions is recommendations 22 to 26, and they are on page 7 of your little booklet. Has anyone got any questions of staff for those ones? Alrighty. Yeah.
Just for clarity's purpose, we're voting to push through with this and then the amendments come forward. Therefore, okay. Yep.
The other ones, yeah. Yeah.
So, in a high level, can you just explain in terms of 22 what the panel's recommendations do?
So this is to continue the zoning that you've decided on already on the 18th of September. So it simply extends the zone.
Right.
So just to add to that, on the 18th of September, you decided on the provisions for the city centre zone, but there were some parts of the proposed city centre zone that were left out of that decision.
Yeah.
And those parts left out related to qualifying matters, which were to be considered in this meeting. And
Right.
so in deciding on whether you accept or reject the panel's recommendations on those qualifying matters informs your decision on the zoning, or vice versa.
So we're adding some more qualifying matters based on the panel's recommendations, or we're removing more?
So the
effectively the panel's accepted some qualifying matters but rejected others. So we need to go through those to explain them. But an example of where they accepted the recommendation was the radio communication pathway, which extends over the Central City mixed-use zone. But they rejected other qualifying matters, such as the Victoria Street height overlay.
Okay, thank you. Right. Recommendations 27 to 31 on page 8. Are there any questions leaping out at us? Gary?
Thanks. In terms of the enhanced development mechanism, can you just explain a little bit more about what that actually is?
The enhanced development mechanism is an operative overlay that exists within the district plan. The IHP recommendation is to retain that. Effectively, what it states is that when you meet a certain criteria, mostly location-based to different amenities, public transport, schools and the like, that there is a more lenient framework that exists. It's a function of the residential suburban zone, and the reason why it's been retained is because the residential suburban zone has sought to be retained where there is an overlap with those coastal hazard areas. So like, for example, tsunami becomes quite deep, and so that means that the residential suburban zone is retained, and the same with the overlay for enhanced development mechanism. There's no change to the operative framework, it simply is retaining what's there.
Right, so it basically makes it easier to develop in residential
suburban areas yeah.
outside of the policy area 4 and 3?
So it's more about whether consequential, this is a decision whether consequential on this decision, so where there's like naming changes and the like. Like I said, it's not really an overlap in terms of the policy 3 areas, and again, it's simply retaining the operative. There's no change at all with the provisions.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to Recs 32 to 38 on page 9. Oh, sorry, Tyler, you had a question. Oh, I didn't cross your name out. Maybe you got it. Did you?
Yeah, cool. Just a question around.
Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Mel, please.
Oh, cool.
Just as a type on Princess Margaret.
I don't think you got a question.
Did I cut you off? Tyler, would you like to have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted some clarity on part 27, referring to page 8. Can you just elaborate a bit more on the residential visitor accommodation zones?
So these are, excuse me, Zones exist in the operative plan.
Yeah.
They are scattered throughout the urban environment. They are captured as part of this because they fall, in some cases, within a Policy 3 context, and so they get upzoned. Intensified further in terms of the degree of housing or building form that could be done in those areas. They are done to the same degree as their adjoining residential zones, on the basis that should visitor accommodation not proceed, like a motel or a hotel or whatever the case may be, then the alternative zoning is the adjoining high density or medium density and the like.
Okay, so just reading the recommendation here, anything outside of the policy 3 area is not counted within the zone?
So it's just outside of the decision making for today.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Yanni?
I just think it would be helpful, like the document where the panel's recommendations are, whereabouts is that?
So there's an attachment to the agenda in which council officers have outlined in a kind of plain English language what the panel's recommendation is versus the alternative recommendation. Yes.
So it's not this. There's another document.
Yes, that's one resource, and the other resource I believe is the link to the panel's recommendations that's provided in the agenda as well.
Okay. So this one, does this basically enable more Airbnbs to be built effectively?
This zone is most definitely not intended for an Airbnb level. This is a motel or hotel level of intensification. Again, it's the same building form as the adjoining residential areas that are intensified through Policy 3.
So this is the residential visitor accommodation zone is effectively a spot zone for that is a legacy of the last district plan and includes the likes of the George Hotel, the former Chateau in the Park.
So it's existing ones.
Other sites where there's a greater scale than what would otherwise be anticipated by the residential zone if it was zoned residential.
Okay.
And Airbnb is the nature of Airbnb is that it's typically within residential units, which are typically in residential zones. So this is different.
Thanks.
Okay. Tim, then Tyler.
Thank you. This is on 32. So are we onto that group yet, or am I jumping ahead like you?
Yeah, no, we're sort of hovering around there.
Okay. Right, just with 32. It's back, so Princess Margaret Hospital isn't technically being used as a hospital, is it? Or so you've got the 3 hospitals there. What's the difference?
The main reason is about where they fall in terms of Policy 3. And so all of these aren't within one of those Policy 3 catchments, so they've been excluded accordingly. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Tyler.
Yeah, cool. This, in regards to Dean's Ave, Councillor Killen's alternative recommendation, would that still provide potential for a hotel or motel to be built?
No, so it's just the height and building form that's being altered. The change of use isn't part of the scope of this plan change process. That's only in relation to a commercial centre, because it's within and around those commercial centres. This isn't a centre zone, it's a residential zone. So only the form and the associated controls around that are within scope of the plan change.
Okay.
Okay, so now recommendations 39 to 43. Has anyone got any questions? All good. Okay, and we'll do the last one. Recs 44 to 49. That's on page 11.
And just noting there, Mayor, that in 46B, that matter can now be struck out because of the table change for recommendation 67.
Thank you.
Alternative to this.
Just Katie. Yeah, great.
Sorry, can you clarify? It's the full B to be struck?
Correct.
Thank you.
Excellent. There she goes. Right. Okay. So.
Sorry, did you go?
Oh, sorry. Did you have a question?
Did you go up to 49 or just to 46? Oh, yeah, cool. I just wanted to flag to add after the impact on Pacific communities, just to add on Māori and Pacific. So it was just I'm just signalling just a slight additional word there.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. No. Right, Mark, you got a question?
Yeah, just a quick question around 47, the financial contributions to tree canopy cover. Is that something that the panel basically is rejecting, and we can address that at a later date through another mechanism?
That's correct. We can do a separate Schedule 1 plan change thereafter, which is what Councillor Coker has signalled in 48.
Yep.
Thank you.
Excellent. Righto, so I think we got to the end of those. So now we will debate all of those from 22 to 49. Who would like to kick off? Melanie.
Again, just quick, I'll support all of these, and just, you've just mentioned about the financial contributions for tree canopy cover, so I'm glad we're going to look at it in the future, which is why we should support putting more money towards our...
Pragmatic approach. Okay, Mark. Oh, Mark, then Pauline.
Yeah, just again on that tree canopy financial contributions, keen to see that revisited down the track when we get the chance to try and encourage better tree canopy and financial contributions through planning mechanisms. Look forward to that down the track.
Mm-hmm. Pauline?
Okay, I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah.
I won't repeat it, take up all the time, you know.
Have you finished? Yes. Yanni, please. Oh, do you only have his? Yeah, you go first, then, Aaron. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I remain deeply troubled by the extent of the recommendations in this section, and again, it seems to be that the entire district plan was up for consideration, and it does seem odd to me in terms of the process that so many things can be added in terms of other zones that suddenly get carried into these intensification and urban development plan changes. I understand the intent, I guess, of what the government was trying to do, but it does seem inherently unfair to the citizens of our city to have such a huge amount of changes being made and so many different processes attached to it, rather than just simply doing a single district plan review, which effectively is what most of these recommendations are doing. It's fundamentally changing our entire district plan to be more enabling of development. And so I do retain a lot of concern about that. I think the other thing that's really concerning is, and I do actually agree with the IHP, was the impact of our social impact assessment not being adequate enough, and they were quite clear in their thing that there were submissions from people in the community that raised concerns about the inequitable outcomes for urban Māori, for example. I asked questions around what assessment was done around things like the impact on Pacific communities, where we know that the Pacific community has one of the lowest rates of home ownership in our city, and there was almost no, I think I was told there was no assessment done of that. Hence I've put forward the noting provision, and it does seem inherently unfair to me in terms of this process that we don't have the time to get additional things done to inform the decisions that are being made. We have to kind of make a decision on this process and then ask for the additional work to be done, whether it's around trees or whether it's around the social impact. But what's really clear from the IHP's hearing decision was that there are concerns about the extent of the social impact assessment that we did in terms of understanding the impact on local communities, particularly in some of those lower socioeconomic communities, and the impact of gentrification on intensification. So I've tried to put something forward that's constructive and gets that work done, noting that actually at the very start of this process several years ago, this was also one of the requests that was made to try and ensure that this work got done as part of this process. So it is pretty disappointing that we are where we are today. But I'll support 48 and 49, but I do wish to record my opposition to the previous resolutions in this chapter, or in this section that we're doing today. Thank you.
Right, before I start putting these out, Aaron?
Yeah, just on the tree canopy cover one, I think we should be quite open-minded about how we do that and be outcome focused rather than when you're locked to a particular site. We might put a financial penalty in there and you know, you plant a street tree for the council and it's $2,000. Anthony Shadbolt can deliver us 200 trees for that. So if they're on a different location, if it's about canopy cover, we should be open-minded, because fine for someone to be paid, and it does put the price of the house up, let's not forget that, but affordable housing is not really part of this, but if it's canopy cover, we want $2,000 in a planting block is a lot more than one tree that eventually just ruins the infrastructure all around it and causes a whole lot of issues. So we should just be open-minded and looking for the outcome rather than a very tight process going forward.
We'll do that when Melanie's thing comes along. Right, I'm going to put up for vote. It's already moved and seconded. Recs 22 to 26. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Yanni recorded, please. Yes. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Recs 27 to 31. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you, that's carried. Recs 32 to 38. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
Just have my vote against 38, thanks.
38 against 38. You got that, Katie?
Yes.
Yeah, good, thank you. Recs 39 to 43. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Yanni against. And Recs 44 to 49. All those in favour? Aye. Against? And you're 48 and 49?
No, but just have...
What about 8? Does 8 need?
Just have my vote recorded in favour of 48 and 49, the rest against.
Sorry, Councillor Johansson.
Do they create any problems with adding
Councillor Johansson, apologies. Can you repeat what recommendations you wanted your vote to record
Yeah,
again?
from the 44 to the 49, so in favour of 48 and 49?
Yes.
Against the remaining ones in that section.
Ike, with that on number 46A, is what I was talking about earlier, is that going to cause grief with us?
Yeah, so... Excuse me. So that is part of the Policy 3 response, is the medium density around local centre catchments. And correct, if you are concerned around the intensification as a result of Policy 3 for the Fendleton Centre, then it is worthwhile to add that in there in replace of what is B, to say around the Fendleton Centre as well, noting that in terms of this is a preclusion for the alternative to be considered separately, and so that alternative, our preference again would be to consider that tomorrow, so we can ensure the submission alignment and the materials are in place for that. But the preclusion is worthwhile to add in there if that's your intent.
Add that in there.
Correct.
Thanks. Thank you.
So it's B.
Thank you. Okay, so did I to the next bit, Sam's bit? Oh, okay, right.
So where are we at? Do we vote on all those or not? So are we going back to number 46?
Yes, we can do. We can go back. So essentially, the recommendations 44 through 49 were already voted on. 46B has been essentially an addition. So we can vote on 46B now.
So,
And we've suspended standing orders as well.
That's
so.
correct.
all right.
I'm for the big bit of 46, but against 8B.
So regarding the amended recommendation 46, 46. You are now recording against A as well?
So, right, just a bit of clarification what I'm saying next. So we're doing 46 as a separate one, are we?
Yes.
Okay, so 46, did you have a question, Andre?
Well, I see an area's been added in.
Question. Pardon?
An area's been added in as B. So just to clarify, we are able to chop, change, add to any recommendations for the rest of the day?
No.
No, but there's one change right there.
With the recommendations,
Want to check on precedent.
With the recommendations that some of the other councillors put in, which have been very pragmatic and moved them all back, this one I feel got missed because it's in one of the councillors' areas that is not allowed to compete.
Understood. Yeah.
And it was talked about but never got there. So all I did was just asked if it could go in. But
yeah. But so just to clarify, we can do the same for any other amendments today, and if we feel something's been missed, we can try and address it.
No, so these recommendations were moved by the mayor and seconded by the deputy mayor. So with any typical process, it would be upon the agreement of the mover and seconder that this
Understood.
decision would be added. So
And if indeed there are those things, then it's possible for the remainder of today and the decisions we have ahead of us.
I suppose it has to be reasonable.
If there is that agreement, we can do that for any.
Yep.
Cool.
Thank you. Okay, so now I'm putting 46, Katie?
Yes.
All right, so all those in favour of 46A and B? Aye. Against? Thank you. You all happy? You got that? Yep. Yes. So that is carried. Thank you very much.
A and B? Yeah, A and B.
Right. Thank you very much, everyone. We are now up to Rec 50. Residential Chapter Alternative Officer recommendation. So, have we got any questions for staff on that? Or do you want to tell us a wee story about it? No questions to staff? What are we doing, John?
Sorry, what was
A or B?
Yeah, A first.
No, it's just somewhere.
Okay, I'm just checking.
Yes.
So 50A first.
50A first?
So there it is on the screen now.
Okay, so I've got to move and second on this. I'll put number 50A first. All those in favour? Aye. Against? It's carried. So B doesn't exist.
So then the view just falls over. Yeah.
So on to 51.
Is that right?
Yes.
Good. So that's carried. Thank you. Rec 50. So now we get into the fun part of the day. Page 7. Mark's not here. So this is Riccarton Bush interface. Recommendation number 51. Tyler and Sam. Any questions, please? Nope. So it's got a mover and seconder. I'll put that. All those in favour? Aye. Against? No. Couple there.
These votes against, that's Councillor Coker and Councillor Moore. Thank you.
Okay, that's carried.
Yeah,
We're debating. Oh, sorry.
Questions.
Oh, sorry. No, I shouldn't. Yeah, so that's my fault. We're debating the whole lot at the finish, and that's a long way away. Yeah, we'll vote then. So we should just scrap that vote. Scrap that one because it should have been. Yep, that's
questions.
Yep, questions. Right. Sorry, that's my mistake. Papanui War Memorial recommendation 52. Is there any questions on that?
Do you want to go back to this one first, or?
No, there were no questions.
Oh, okay.
There was no questions. Any questions on Rec 52? Okie dokie. Rec 53, high density zone, residential zone catchment around Riccarton. Any questions on that? number 53.
Yes, just to clarify, I can vote separately on the two.
Yes, so again, once we vote, every single alternative recommendation will be voted on separately. If members would like to register their vote against a certain aspect of the recommendation.
Thank you very much. Yep.
More than welcome. Okay. Right, number 54, 25 Deans Ave, building height. That's Aaron and Kelly. Any questions on that? Excellent. Sorry, yeah, far away.
Hey guys, just in regards to this, is this just the way I'm reading it? It seems as though it's only for residential. So is that insinuating that there may be apartment blocks in comparison to maybe a commercial residential interface in that area?
So as previous, the zoning is only residential. So it's residential purpose. The change in this is to simply increase the height to 36 metres in this instance, which is about 11 stories or so.
You're right. You're good, Tom. Come back for another question if you like. Aaron, and then Yanni.
So if someone come in for a change of use on that site, or
A
plan
rezoning,
change,
sorry.
yeah,
Yep.
a rezoning, yeah, on that site, would the 36 still apply?
That would depend on the evidence presented, to be honest. It would be possible.
Like a really, really good-looking hotel type thing.
It's not about the looks, but it may very well, as a result of the plan change, say, yes, you can do a different activity than residential, but it's only limited to 20 metres or something like that. There are the rationale for different provisions in terms of height is a lot of the time based on its economic effects in terms of pull effects from centres, and so I'm sure that would be part of the consideration, but it's up to the evidence that's presented at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you.
Brilliant. Yanni, please.
Can you just clarify the difference between the previous proposed amendment and this one?
The only difference fundamentally is the extra height. So in the first, it's to zone at high density, which is, for lack of a better term, vanilla high density permitted at 14 metres. And Councillor Kewen's amendment is to add a precinct on top of that, which adds an additional height to 36 metres instead as a permitted activity.
Only in
An increase
that,
of 22 metres in height between the two amendments.
Sure.
Okay, you're right, Yanni. You're good. Thank you. The next one is Rec 55. Now that's where we need to add in what we talked about earlier. Is that right, John?
Yes, the Fendleton Village question.
Do you want that evidence now?
I'll wait to see what's done.
So our preference again is to vote on that separately, so the work has been done, rather than adding that now and being voted on in terms of the Fendleton Village.
Correct. Okay.
Just to be clear on that, but that doesn't mean that the other parts can't be voted on now or later on.
Fair enough too. So we do we have a B or something? No.
There's a B on that.
Yeah,
I think,
B.
Okay. Right. Okay. The next one is another one of Tyler's City Spine qualifying matter at number 56. Is there any questions on that, Melanie?
Can you just describe it again so I've got it clear in my mind? Exactly what this meaning. So about the front yards, yeah, can you just describe it again?
So the City Spine qualifying matter was put forward to protect development along key public transport routes, being Papanui Road and further to Belfast, and then Riccarton Road further to Hornby. It was principally premised on the basis that should greater public transport be delivered within those corridors, there should be an option for road widening at the end of the day. There isn't a designation in place for that, to protect that. The original or the notified position was to ensure that operative setbacks would be retained, as well as other bespoke controls for outdoor living space and tree planting and the like, to make sure that that corridor wasn't obstructed. The amendment that's been put forward has only focused on retaining that status quo control because of the High Court precedent. So it hasn't introduced that new control around outdoor living space and the like. And so the alternative is simply saying retaining the operative setbacks within that corridor along Papanui and Riccarton.
Yanni?
Have we done was there an economic analysis done of the cost of not having that space provided for and allowing development on it? Like is it billions of dollars in terms of what we'd have to pay if we wanted to do mass rapid transit to buy up all the...
I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Right.
I don't have that information, I'm afraid.
Is it fundamentally this will place the burden or the cost on the council in the future to acquire land that's developed on if we want to do have mass rapid transit up these corridors, right? Instead of having it set back.
Sure, yeah. The fundamental logic is to say, well, if we allow for development within that front part of the site, then if we have the future scenario where we have to purchase land, we also need to purchase those buildings, which increases the cost. And so we want to, as much as we can, ensure that that is a lower cost if that scenario eventuates into the future.
Yeah. So the hearing panel recommendation was to not protect that land and to enable development on it. And the recommendation is to restrict as much as possible the development on that land for the future.
In the front proportion of the site, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Right. Who else we got? No one. Yeah, Tyler. Yeah.
Great. And based off of that, and looking at the future MRT prospects, with this qualifying matter here, it addresses predominantly the whole spine. Does that include Hornby? Off the top of my head?
I believe it does go through to the Hornby Centre because that was part of the premise of the business case. Yeah.
Cool. And the predominant pinch points where we may need to ensure that that city spine qualifying matter is set is around the Church Corner catchment and maybe a couple of narrow areas within the Riccarton Road boundaries. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, what part of the evidence that was put forward was around preferred locations, and you're right, those locations that you mentioned are preferred stop locations for future mass rapid transit.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Victoria.
Yeah, I'm just seeking some clarification, please. It's not that the panel removed the protection entirely on the city spine, because as I understood it, they were still happy to apply the front yard setbacks of 1.5 metres. So can I just clarify, given that the 1.5 metre setback is already there in the panel recommendation, have I got that wrong?
Sorry, just in terms of the phrasing of already there, the operative setback in most instances is about 4.5 metres in residential areas. It varies based on the residential zoning, but the suburban zoning is 4.5 metres in the front setback. And so effectively what the panel would be doing is changing that from 4.5 to 1.5 metres as a result of applying the MDRs.
And this amendment then is taking it back to 4.5?
Retaining the 4.5, or in some cases it's 2 metres if it's RMD zoning, for example, as well. So in all instances, it's simply retaining the operative setback.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All happy with Rec 56? Right, Rec 57, sunlight access qualifying matter. Okie dokie. Number 58, high density around Hornby Town Centre. Number 58. Questions? Good. 59, high density residential zone permitted building height in Hornby. Number 59. Any questions on that? Yes, you can go if you like.
Is there any logic to viewing Hornby differently to Papanui, say? I know it's almost getting into the realm of opinions, but
Sorry, can I just intervene there? It's not the role of staff to comment on the logic of any alternative resolutions.
Okay, all right.
Good try. Okay, now, number 60, please. Number 60, town centre zone permitted building heights in Hornby. Any questions on that? Nope. The next one is town centre zone building heights and form in Linwood. Any questions on that one? Excellent. High density residential is number 62. Residential walking catchment round Linwood town centre. This number 62. Any questions on that one? Right. High density residential zone permitted building heights in Linwood, number 63. Things are going too nicely here. Something's going to go wrong. Airport noise influence area controls, Rec 64. Any questions on that one? Dokie. City centre walking catchment and Sydenham mixed zones, mixed use zoning, Rec 65. Now that's been trimmed up a bit. Is that the one? It's backed off a bit? No, this one. No. That's the other one that's been trimmed. Okay, sorry, yep, my mistake. Any questions on that? Victoria.
I missed number 64. Can I just get some clarity on this? I thought it was 2 units. And it's 3 units. Oh, when it kicks in. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Just ask.
Yeah.
This is Christchurch NZ land, so is there any conflicts around this? Like
What's Christchurch NZ?
Milton Street. Oh, you're going back to 64.
Yeah, so, righto, so we're all done 64. We're now, sorry, Yanni, we're now up to 60. Yeah. Yeah.
In layman's terms, can you just clarify what the recommendation is here?
The recommendation is to change the threshold by 1 unit in terms of consent being more onerous, in terms of resource consent being required, and also removing the presumption that there'll be notification required to the airport for any such development.
Cool. Sweet. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, so now we'll move on to number 65, and you've got a question, I think, Yanni, is that right?
Sorry, is this is applying to Christchurch NZ owned land?
66.
65 around Sydney.
65. Oh, yeah.
65.3. 65.4. Sorry, can you just at a high level, just explain the impact of what's being proposed here compared to the panels?
Yeah, so there's twofold. Fundamentally, it's about increasing the walking catchment from the central city, and in doing so, it would make sure that the currently industrially zoned land to the south of the city is captured and change that from being industrially zoned to mixed use zone, and that would extend from Addington to Lancaster Park, to put it simply. Further to the north, there's also, instead of the border of high density being held at Beatty Ave, it would continue to the north to connect to the high density that has been recommended by the IHP further up Papanui Road.
So just
to add to that, sorry, this answering the 65 in respect to the mixed use zone is the area between Morehouse Avenue and Brougham Street. The 66 is in respect of land held by Christchurch NZ on Milton Street, right, which is beyond that.
Yeah. And so in terms of the industrial, it's basically putting a mixed use zone in the industrial. So it's rezoning industrial land.
Correct.
So I'm just trying to understand, so we're able to change the use of industrial land to be more enabling, but we can't control the industrial activities around anything to do with reverse sensitivity.
So it's about the policy 3 response. So because it's within those centres, then it comes into the fold. So basically anything within those policy 3 catchments is able to be considered in terms of the intensification around that. And the council position was that the best way to achieve that is through a mixed-use zoning, being 1.2 walking catchment from the central city.
It cannot be more restrictive than the status quo or the operative district plan, so industrial activities are still enabled and we can't put additional controls on those industrial activities.
Yeah. And what assessment has been? I mean, I guess it's probably not really the time to go into it, but just I guess that if, in terms of reverse sensitivity and effects, you know, obviously we've had a lot of issues with the noise and the local businesses. Has that been considered as part of this, or this puts us more at risk from that type of?
So within the provisions for the mixed-use zone, comprehensive residential development is a restricted discretionary activity, and one of the matters of discretion deals with reverse sensitivity, so we can assess that in the context of comprehensive residential development. Right. There is still a risk, but at least for a consent process, we can assess that risk.
One of the main things to recognise is that any residential development, like Mark said, requires resource consent, but also requires a minimum of 4 stories. And so there's quite a scale change that would needed to be required in order to achieve a residential outcome in the zone. Right. And so that mitigates the reverse sensitivity effect by having a scale change.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Okay, Victoria?
Thank you. I just want to double back and get some clarity then on the Sydenham Yard and the land owned by CNZ, with both Councillor McClellan and myself directors on CNZ. Is that raising should we be conflicted out of that particular part of that in relation to number 65A4?
Just to emphasise the point I made before, this resolution 65 is in respect of land north of Brougham Street. 66 is in respect of the Sydenham Yard site.
So just be 66.
Yeah, 66 will be the one.
I'll ask that question at number 66.
Ask it again.
Ask it again. Thank you.
Righto. Melanie?
I'm kind of backtracking but asking a broad question, which I don't remember asking at all. And so it refers back to the different centres that we've got. With the centre classifications, was there ever any time that we could have changed, whether something was classified as a town centre or a large local centre?
So, like I said in the earlier presentation, the position within the hierarchy wasn't really one for consideration. So there were submitters that sought to change different positions, and that's been rejected by the hearings panel. Right. And so fundamentally what's happened is a rehousing to National Planning Standards Framework, and as a result of that, the rules have been increased fundamentally to enable further intensification.
Okay, Pauline?
Just so, the walkable catchment, the recommendation, is from the central city zone, which is that's from the edge, which Correct. Is around the 4Fs.
Incorrect, no. So the city centre zone is the commercial zoning in the core, and so that extends from on Victoria Street by Beeley Ave further to the south. And captures all the commercial zoning within there. Yeah. It's not the 4 avenues. Where the hearings panel have landed is to say that in terms of defining a walking catchment from the edge of that commercial zone, there is effectively between 0 metres and an 800 metre on average walking catchment to ensure that the 4 avenues are captured for intensification. So they have drawn the walking catchment boundary effectively to be the 4 avenues.
And so the amendment is to increase that to 1.2 kilometres.
To reduce it.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
So from north of Beeley Ave, I mean, I'm struggling to find the map for that, but can you tell me how far north that would go?
There is a map in Appendix 2. I'm not too sure if you can pull it up.
Well, just tell me.
So the green line is Sarah's amendment. Is it? Yeah, it might be helpful if you explain the green line and the...
So how far north of Beeley does it go around about? And then how far to the, how far to the, really hard to read that.
Clarify
the green line, roughly?
Yeah.
Phil?
So
Can I clarify that I pulled it in?
Oh, have you?
Yeah, so that I was going to clarify as my next question was that while it says 1.2 in the alternative recommendation, it's actually much smaller than 1.2 on the east side and at the north. So I pulled it in from Edgware and those kind of places. So it's only like a block or two up from BB rather than the larger extent that was originally notified by council.
So are you looking at like Springfield Road now or something like that?
So the,
We're able
the
to
map
pull up
is,
that map.
So the map's on the thing.
and it's the green line. So the orange is what we were originally notified.
65.
65 at the moment.
There we go. So Pauline, on the screen you can see, sorry.
But you're pulling it in now.
Yeah, so I've pulled it in from what council originally notified, but it's larger than what the
So just to
panel
explain what you're seeing on the image there.
That's it.
Yeah, everything in the orange colour was the council reply, the final position that council had.
Yeah.
Everything in the yellow outline there was where the hearings panel recommendation is for high density, and then the green dotted line is Councillor Templeton's alternative, and so that on the northern end beyond Beeley Ave is to extend to connect to the high density in Mirrorvale, and then on the southern end is the mixed use that extends from Addington to Lancaster Park there.
Okay. So,
Yeah,
I mean, I don't support the northern side of Beeley Ave being extended. How do I deal with that in a vote? Do I have to just vote against all of it? Can't really pull it out. No, okay.
I want to do the mixed use bit down the bottom
Yeah,
in the
well, I
south.
can't.
But we need to find a way to do that then.
Make it Beeley Ave residential.
So I could support 65 number 3. If we put, and then just oppose 1 and 2.
Sam, did you have a question in the middle of all this?
Along a similar line as Pauline, that's quite a significant.
This is the map that we were shown a couple of weeks ago.
No, I completely get that and obviously saw it, but it's quite a large part. Oh, maybe so. Is the mechanism just to vote against?
Yeah.
What Sarah's proposing?
I think voting against 1 and 2 would work, and you can support Sydenham.
Okay.
The mixed use stuff I thought made sense, but the other stuff's quite a massive change for
So that's
that community.
that's
Okay.
3, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. All good.
Okay.
Any other? Yanni?
The contrast between what the hearing panel and the council's final position and the alternative amendment, my understanding from looking at the green line, that it's more restrictive than what currently has been put in place. So if you vote against the amendment, I just want to be clear, you're actually voting for the stuff that's north of it. No? Okay.
No, so everything in the yellow outline
Yeah.
is the high density residential zone that the hearings panel has recommended.
Yeah.
And so you can see there ending in at Beeley Ave and then around the centre for Mirrorvale.
Yeah.
Everything in the orange is what the council final position was, and so everything that's just orange is been rejected. The alternative recommendation is to extend that beyond the yellow, and so it would be an extension of high density
It's just a
effectively
small
up
section
Papanui
of it,
Road
yes.
to the Mirrorvale Centre, and then capturing the mixed use to the south.
Sorry. So the green line, can you just tell me what the green boundary is?
That's the catchment of high density that wants
Gerald.
that's part of the alternative.
That's Sarah's
Right. So
alternative.
the stuff that's north of the green line
No, it's gone.
is gone in the amendment, but then I heard that
was gone by the panel.
we were told that it was extending it along
Yeah.
Papanui Road into Maryvale.
Yeah, that's right. So everything that's north of Beeley Ave along Papanui Road that connects to the high density on Maryvale, that is within scope. So you can see that full extent there in the green dotted line. Outside of that green dotted line and outside of anything that's in the yellow outline is beyond the consideration of today. That is beyond the Policy 3 catchment.
Okay, well, just, you guys might have to reword that a little bit.
Yeah, and I just want to share. Effectively, this is enabling more high density residential, like around the stadium, for example, and around the bars on St. Asaph Street. So the live music venues.
That's not part of the alternative. That's part of what the IHP recommendation is within the 4 avenues. This is beyond the 4 avenues.
So the 4 avenues is already there in the IHP recommendation.
Yeah.
Everything in the yellow is the IHP.
On the stadium side, the effect of this amendment is actually bringing the boundaries back.
Nothing on that side. I've kept it at the IHP recommendation.
It's very hard to tell from these maps.
Yeah.
Can I explain what I think it is? So the orange is what council put forward, but it got rejected. So forget about the orange. The yellow is what the IHP's recommended. But Sarah's trying to do that green bit up in the orange above to join up so that it's all high density all the way along Colombo and into...
Well, and up Papanui Road.
Yeah, it was Papanui.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So just forget the orange, and we're trying to make the yellow join up.
Okay.
It takes the pressure off the suburban centres by having it in the central city.
Alrighty. So, Timothy?
For the colourblind of us and the ones that are more interested in the south rather than the north, the area between Morehouse Ave and Brum Street, that is now being put forward an alternative with regards to intensification housing. Is that correct?
Through a mixed-use zoning, that is correct.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Even though we haven't actually filled the central city, as we were way behind all the estimates, and we don't know where all those small companies are going to go.
It's all used for if you look at the evidence stuff, it's all only about 2% is actually being used for industrial at the moment. Most of it's being used just for storage, and it's walking distance from the central city.
Yeah.
This was what we originally notified in the plan. Yeah.
Just thinking outside the square a little bit, should we, when we come to this one, put it as the stuff to the north and the stuff to the south is separate?
So effectively, you could deal with it, I think, in the subpoints. So, for example, Roman numeral 2 talks about applying the high density residential zone as per the attachment. So fundamentally, in that image, in the high density zone is all to the north. And so the mixed use zoning and the associated precinct and the like is captured in Roman numeral 3. So you could segment it out that way. I would note, just for clarity, that there are some very small isolated areas of high density zoning adjacent to the mixed use on the southern end as well. Quite niche, but just ensuring that that's captured there. But that would be, in my view, a simple way to split it.
So it's already split.
So just to clarify that, Ike, you're saying if there's concerns about some of the intensification to the north, over and above the IHP recommendation, that would be covered by 2.
Yeah, so 2 captures all high density residential zoning. So if you're not interested, or any councillors are not interested in progressing with an increase in high density residential zoning, then it simply would be to vote against Roman numeral 2. But conversely, if you're interested only in the mixed use element, then Roman numeral 3 was where you're at, and also as part of that 4, which is quite necessary to achieve that as well.
Wonder when we get to this one, can we be really clear on what
we will have to be,
yeah, because it's pretty important.
All done, Victoria?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with some of those areas to the south. Can I just have explained, please, the yellow, can we put the map back up? The yellow block at the very bottom of the map, which is now being excluded outside Sarah's dotted green lines. What is that and what's the rationale for that?
That's outside of scope of this alternative. The IHP recommendation is to include that as part of the catchment from Sydenham full stop. And so that is simply being considered as part of the recommendation to accept the IHP's recommendation for high density.
No, I didn't quite get that. Is that being, if number 3 is accepted, so
is that in or out?
If number 3 is in, sub 3, does that exclude that bottom yellow piece outside the green dotted line?
It's not part of the alternative. The green dotted line captures the full extent of the alternative. It's not being considered as part of this alternative recommendation.
It's already there.
Just noting, Councillor Henstock, that it's still medium density under the operative plan as well, so you can still do multi-unit development in that area.
Thank you.
Okay, right. We'll go on to Rec 66, which I dare say Victoria is going to ask about. Yeah, and I've just heard it from the chief that it's probably better that you and Jake just stay away from this one.
So I think Jake was the seconder, so that might need.
No, I'm the seconder of another one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just
So if that can be noted, please, that
Yep.
we conflicted out of, is that out of the entirety of 66, please, or just part of it?
I think the entirety.
okay. Any questions on Yanni? This is Milton Street, more or
Yeah,
less.
so this is Milton Street. So just want to be really clear about the difference between the amendment and the hearing panel's recommendation. What does it mean in regards to height and what's permitted?
You want the picture?
Block in the middle, a very small block that is highlighted as part of the industrial zoning or mixed use zoning that's there. And it's simply about aligning the high density with how the subdivision has changed. It's an extremely small change to the zoning, simply to reflect the current subdivision plan of the site. That's all.
Okay. So, and why didn't the hearing panel approve that?
They didn't make comment on it at all. They simply made a recommendation to say hold the high density zoning as notified, and this change came about post notification. So they simply admitted to acknowledge that it had changed.
Right. And does that mean it's like, I'm just trying to think of like the democratic process around that. Does that mean people wouldn't have made submissions to the IHB because they weren't aware of the proposed change?
No, they did make submissions to make that change. So Christchurch NZ made a submission to make that change. The IHP, for whatever reason, didn't comment on it. They simply said it as notified. That's all. So it appears that
They just
admitted
ignored the submission, basically.
It's on the screen now, Yanni, if you want to have a look at it.
So it's just that little purple block, but the IHP, who we're paying a lot of money to, just basically ignored the submission.
The IHP took all relevant considerations into account. They've said that in their report many times. The RMA says that there's no obligation for the IHP to expressly refer to any particular submission.
Right.
So they may not have expressly referred to it. It doesn't mean they ignored it.
Right, okay.
Okay, thank you, mate. Right, 67, perimeter block control, Sam.
It's probably a bit the same as Yanni's last question, just around what's being recommended here versus what the hearings panel did. And I guess just with the changes removing Barrington, Bishopdale and Hallswell, I was just trying to understand whether this is still needed.
In terms of your last question, yes, it is still needed. I'll come into the reasons in a moment. So the notified position was that select local centres would have a greater degree of intensification beyond the MDRS. So the notified position was to introduce what's called a local centre intensification precinct that would enable 14 metres instead of the 12 metres from the MDRS for select centres. I believe it's an order of 5 or so. And then through the hearings process, council's position was changed to include that to 8 centres. In some instances, those walking catchments were increased, and so that was the earlier addition to include the Barrington, Bishopdale and Hallswell, which has since been rescinded. The hearings panel recommendation, instead of focusing on what the council's final position was for those 8 centres, was to say that all local centres should be captured as part of a Policy 3 response, and that Policy 3 response should just be medium density. And so in doing so, they rejected the recommendations for the local centre intensification precinct, which was to increase the height to 14, but also to introduce what's known as perimeter block controls. And that was to more easily provide for development along the front proportion of sites, and so common wall sites or developments along the front of sites to enable comprehensive development. And that was to effectively say that the recession plane controls that would be applying between sites wouldn't apply for the first 20 metres of parcel depth or 60% of parcel depth, whichever's lesser, up to 12 metres in this instance of height, which would be enabled. And so the amendment alternative that's been put forward by Councillor Templeton is to ensure that the local centre intensification precinct element, which captured that part of perimeter block controls, is applied across all of those local centres that the hearings panel have identified, so those that 200 metre walking catchment, to enable that, more easily enable that comprehensive development of perimeter block controls. It doesn't increase the height, it retains the medium density zone, it just makes that exemption for recession planes along the front proportion easier to enable that type of development.
It'd be just bringing them closer to the front.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
So is that going to be bringing them closer to the boundary? Is that effectively the only change?
There's no change to the front yard setback that retains at 1.5 metre setback. Yep. It's more around development along neighbouring properties, and so it means that with that control it's far easier for a said developer to buy multiple lots and then develop all along the front of those lots, because the recession plane controls are removed to enable that comprehensive development.
Right, okay. So then what was the difference? So there's the 400 metre catchment that was, it's been removed, but
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand what that
was.
Yeah, so what's that?
So the part that's no longer being progressed as part of this alternative was aligning with the council position, which was to say that select local centres were had merit in terms of having a commensurate response that had a greater level of intensification. So the council's evidence was that those three centres, Barrington, Bishop Vale and Hallswell, presented as having an opportunity to have a greater level of intensification. And so, as I said, that was to increase the walking catchment to a 400 metre catchment, again having 14 metres and the perimeter block controls as well.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, so if that had been, I'm just trying to conceptualise in my mind. If that had been in there, there'd be more intensification, but because it's been removed, there's less.
Yeah, and by more intensification, I mean easier to do comprehensive development. There's no change in heights. It's simply about being more lenient for that recession plane control.
Yeah, okay, that seems pretty sensible then. Yep, okay.
Yeah.
So pretty much everywhere else around the city, the IHP has said you need more development, including like the radio pathways, and obviously they've changed their mind on that. But in these areas where you've got these neighbourhood local centres, they're saying, no, just keep it as it is.
No, that's incorrect. So there's no medium density for many of these centres, and so medium density would come about because of the walking catchment approach of 200 metres from this 30 or so local centres.
Right, so these centres are being intensified.
Just the medium density. Yeah.
Right, and the only difference is the recession plane stuff to make it easier.
Through this alternative, correct, yeah.
Right.
All right, good, thank you. So we're up to Daresbury House, number 68. Any questions? I dare say it'll be the same for Antonio Hall and Pico Residential Area. Yanni, please, yep.
So if we vote against this, and the vote, if we reject it, so we make no decision, then we're only talking about 10 days until we make a decision as part of PC 13.
No. So the PC 13 decision is around residential heritage areas. This is an item. And
right,
so
sorry.
if the...
Next year, a year.
Yeah, if it was rejected, then it would just be kept as status quo.
Sorry, but it says no decision is required until 12th December 2025 in the thing. So is that when PC 13 is coming back?
No. So what was put forward is that to say that this is a qualifying matter, but it sits outside of a Policy 3 catchment. So we're not required to make a decision of that this year, but we have to make a decision on the balance of Plan Change 14, i.e. outside of Policy 3 catchments, by the end of next year. And so we need to decide on whether or not it is a qualifying matter by the end of next year. So that's why it states that.
Right, but in terms of PC 13, are we going to still have to make a decision around this property to remove it as a heritage listing?
No, the withdrawals are only around residential heritage areas. This is not part of that. Pico Shanders.
Right, okay.
Right. Now we have now come to the end of them. So we will now debate the alternative recommendations from 51 to 70. Who wants to go first, please? Tim?
In general, I'll support them, but 65, I find it hard to think that 2 to 3% of that area between Brougham Street and Moyhouse Ave are not storage. Like 97% of it is just storage. How do you define storage? Is it a working warehouse? I mean, and I know the area very well, and there's Michael Wakefield, others, they have very big warehouses there, but they are being used. There's also car sales who are now, although they're storing a large number of their cars, they're also working out of there as a second to their main yard. So, and there are 101 different companies in there doing different things, whether it's camshafts or brakes or whatever. So I'm still a wee bit in. I just haven't seen enough to change the designation of that area. So I won't be supporting. I won't be supporting 65.3, but I will be supporting the rest of it. So thank you.
Okay, Mark.
Thank you. A number of these alternate recommendations here are getting the bespoke piece of this PC14 that we were looking for when we went to the government and said, look, give us a chance to make this more Christchurch centric. So it's good to see a number of neighbourhood changes here to try and bring the PC14 changes back within expectations of communities that they can learn to live with. Some of the height changes being proposed, you'll notice in my alternate recommendation around the Hornby high density to 12 metres. I would have liked to have taken that lower, but we can't go lower than the existing operative district plan. So 12 metres, 11 plus 1 equals 12. So we've had to go to 12. So we're trying to get this to a bespoke solution which better fits our communities. Hopefully we can all support each other around this because we're trying to do the best for our communities in what we are facing. And hopefully when the alternate recommendations go to the Minister with the backing submissions and evidence, we'll be able to also have the Minister back us as a city and say this is the bespoke that you guys needed. So hopefully we can get this landed. It's been an interesting process through this, and hopefully we can all get the good outcome for our communities.
Okay, Kelly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I mean, it's been an interesting process. I think, this is obviously a government initiative to look at more housing options for people. I was really struck over the past sort of year or so, hearing from young people about wanting more options, and I think this will address some of that. Obviously, we weren't happy with the entirety of the government suggestions, but I think, always looking for that Christchurch option was an intelligent and important way to look at things. I feel like the process has been really, really good. I mean, I certainly want to commend staff like Ike and Mark for the incredible amount of work you've put into this. The detail has been amazing, and your comprehensive understanding of the situation has been really, really useful for what is an incredibly difficult thing to understand at times. So I think I'm going to support most of them. I think we've come to a really good solution for the people of Christchurch into the future. It's not always going to be perfect, but I'm pretty pleased with where we've got to. So cheers.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks, Kelly, for that. But can I please just draw your attention to number 65? And as I've indicated previously, that I don't support that extending north of Beeley Ave, and I think we're going to deal with that
we're going to do it separate.
When you put the recommendation. But can I please encourage councillors to have a look at that? It's an absolutely enormous area, and when we think that we're really trying to get the very central city developed first, you've got Merivale up there, the central city. I don't think we need that great huge piece in there at the moment. We can bring that, if we want to deal with that later on in the years to come. We'll see how things go. We could always look at it later in another plan change, but I really do not think that we need to have that in there right now. So I won't be supporting that amendment to north of Beeley Ave. And I really do hope that other councillors support me in that today, because it's enormous and I don't think it's necessary. Thank you.
Okay, Melanie, please.
Okay, so look, with the alternate recommendations on town centre, large town centres and local centres, I've actually decided not to support any of those, because we have centre classifications, and it makes sense to me, if we're going to be logical about it, which is the way that the IHP has approached it with these, is that all large town centres should be treated the same. All town centres, all local centres. I just don't think that we should be picking and choosing which ones that we decide, potentially could have been expanded, but there's been taken out, or ones that should be, where intensification to be taken out. Why should one part of town, local centre, be treated differently to another one? Whatever we do it the same. So I can't support any of those. With the heritage listings, I'm actually going to vote not to support those either. I think we should leave that because we don't need to decide on those ones at the moment. I will support the alternative recommendation for the sunlight qualifying matter, which was part of our original council decision. And with the mixed use in Sydenham, I support that. So I'm supporting where the IHP came to. So in your area, Pauline, I'm supporting what they've put through, not Sarah's a part of that, but I will support part 4, because their intention was not to decrease intensification there, and we're not doing that. We're just making it mixed use without having the height limit there. So I think that's where I'm at.
Tyler, please.
Cool. Kia ora koutou. I'm just going to refer back to part 69 and 70 in regards to Antonio Hall and Pico Crescent. To be honest, the time is now. It's been a long time coming. And even though it sits outside of the policy, through regulations, I'm able to talk on it from a position of perspective and experience within Riccarton. And that is one of the key contributors to one of the issues in Upper Riccarton and the Central Riccarton area. Seeing a big rundown house, which was rich in colonial architecture more than 100 years ago, is no longer that. And I'm extremely disappointed to see it's come to this. And we do understand, based off of the arson attacks and also the inability to have action placed upon it, we're stuck in this position. So I actually please ask my colleagues to support those, because the time is now. Students are not going to be coming to Christchurch less, particularly with the new units that are being built. And we need some options for renters, for homeowners, and for students to be able to make Riccarton a really good place to live, work and play. I'm actually in support of Councillor Templeton's motion in 65. I think it's a great option, provides walkable catchments, and we all have been saying that we need to reinvigorate the central city, and it looks like it's doing a really good job in addressing that. The last thing I wanted to talk about was Dean's Avenue, and while I support Councillor Keown's motion, I'd actually like to go back to the drawing board and see if we're able to go into a mixed use area, and I'm wondering if we might be able to push that one out if it's okay with Councillor Keown, or even if it's in order. One thing I'd like to see is actually a mixed use commercial and residential compound. It's a perfect position for it, hotels there, and there was an odd consent that actually asked for that too, but it was turned down many years ago. So that's one of my questions I can put to staff to see if that's all right, if we can revisit that and maybe look at mixed use for that area, and if Councillor Keown would be open for that, I'm willing to see if we can make some changes there. Kia ora.
Can we do that in there at this late moment?
Let's adjourn the voting and we can get some staff advice later.
Righto. Aaron.
So because we've suspended standing orders, can I just ask a question on that of staff? How we would, because I'm open to that, but I'd asked that question during the process and I thought we couldn't, but can we? Because it's about just getting an outcome for the site. I mean, it's a prime site in the city. And there's probably no one at the table that doesn't think something great should be there.
In terms of the advice that we would give on the scope of the NPSGD changes and Policy 3, it's the officer view, and which was endorsed by the hearings panel, that is outside of scope. That doesn't mean to say that council is unable to put forward an alternative recommendation to the hearings panel, but we're simply saying that the merits of that under the Act, as also endorsed by the hearings panel, is not supported. And so in our view, the chances of that the minister supporting that is very limited. But like I said, if you feel the need that you wish to proceed with that, then...
So is there a chance that the minister might see that and go, oh, that's a pleasant surprise, I'll go along with that because that makes sense?
Can't really comment. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think probably what the best idea is to bring 55 back and also 54, this one.
Yes.
Not vote from this part of this block, and then get some staff advice and come back later in the afternoon.
After lunch.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. And then we'll be singing off the same song sheet. Okay. Is there any more debate on this? Vic, then Yanni.
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to start by thanking Ike and Brent and Mark for the enormous amount of work that's gone into here and your assistance with our councillor recommendations. And I know there's a lot of staff behind the scenes as well. We're really grateful for your guidance and helping us get our heads around this. And for me, at risk of stating the obvious, we know the city's growing, and with that comes the inevitable change. And a lot of people are uncomfortable with change. And thank you to the public who have come in here today and have taken a huge interest in this. I think the challenge for us as city leaders is to make sure that we are putting in place a framework to guide and manage that growth. And so what we're doing here is just influencing it. We're not changing anything significant. It's about the bespoke planning framework for this beautiful city that we've all chosen to call our home. So for me, I've looked really carefully at the evidential basis on some of these things, and some of them are getting quite close to the line in terms of the intent and the strategic direction and purpose of the plan change. So from my perspective, I can see where it is I am, and I'm not going to support. And I trust that the colleagues and indeed the public, that they understand the difference between what we can and can't do today as councillors. That's quite a segue into the number 52 for the Papanui War Memorial Avenues. Just letting my colleagues know, if you're not familiar with this area, they are beautiful tree-lined streets with plaques where the trees have been planted in memory of the fallen soldiers in World War II. I would have dearly loved to exclude the War Memorial Avenues from the intensification, but in doing so, that was just getting really too close to the line. There was evidence to support it, but geographically it was difficult to isolate it out and extract it from the HRZ zone. So in short, the amendment that I've done is giving an added layer of protection and skirting around the edge of the risk that I would have otherwise had if I'd tried to exclude the area completely, because it's likely that would have got thrown out. So I think that I've found a middle ground, and I'd urge you to support that number 52. And for the most part, I'm satisfied with a number of the other amendments. One or two of them have got a bit close to the line for me, and I won't be supporting those. And that's really because it just departs from the strategic aims and objectives of what we're trying to do with plan change 14. Thanks.
Thank you, and I appreciate a lot of the time and effort that my colleagues have put into some of these amendments, and some I'm happy to support, others not so much. But fundamentally, I think it's for me, it's not a case of being against intensification, but it's actually having good urban design. And I draw, on the evidence that was presented to the IHP from a submitter. And this was a report into high-rise apartments and urban mental health. And it really hits it on the head for me in terms of the way in which we're designing our city and the impact that these plan changes and these rule changes can have.
And it basically talks about, in conclusion, inequitable approaches to urban design have a powerful influence in perpetuating social disadvantage and mental adversity. The socioeconomic status of intended residents remains a dominant undercurrent in divergent approaches to high-rise building design in high-density urban cities. With increasing urban migration, this will amplify health inequities, stress, crime, poverty, and making cities increasingly unhealthy unless new approaches are mandated. Our investigation of the relationships between the high-rise living and the social and mental well-being revealed clear evidence that location plays a key role in the socio-economic structure of the building. Poorly thought-out placement of high-rise buildings can have an adverse socio-economic effect on city areas, with a flow-on effect to the people living in those areas. In addition, a concentration of disadvantaged residents in one high-rise building increases the risk of adverse mental health outcomes. It goes on to talk that there's a suggestion that ideally with urban planners working closely with communities they serve to create the healthier environments, and that actually this is a better approach. And so when I look at some of the amendments around Hornby and Linwood, and I think of those communities and the research and the impact that we have of high density, to me it seems clear that we need to do more work in that space to get good urban design. So it's not a case of having a whole bunch of intensive housing imposed on a community without working with those communities to ensure that the benefits that accrue from that intensification are actually realised. And what's really clear to me is that a number of things in this plan change do not actually address having good, well-designed urban environments that lead to better, healthier environments. So, I will support a lot of these amendments. I also just want to talk though through the frustration with the city spine. What a really clear, obvious thing that recommendation from the hearing panel could cost us billions of dollars of having to acquire land and property and remove and demolish for all the negative environmental and unsustainable consequences, let alone the financial affordability of actually getting our mass rapid transit in place. And so again, I talk to the frustration with this entire process where we don't seem to have control and could lead to really perverse outcomes long term for us when we actually want to get a more dense city, but with good urban form.
Thank you, Yanni. And Sarah, please.
Kia ora koutou. So these are not easy decisions, and as Councillor Johansson has just outlined, there are pros and cons for a range of different things when it comes to density. One of the biggest pros, of course, is being able to provide more people with warm, dry homes in a space that is close to all of the amenities that they need. But it is not easy, and some of these do have really long-term impacts. And I'd like to thank colleagues for their really thoughtful discussion, not just today, but over a really long period of time about how we do this plan change and develop the city over a long period of time. One thing that we've all agreed on over time is that intensifying in the central city earlier is the best thing to do. And when we look at the city as a whole in a really large area, the central part of the city, not just the CBD, the central part of the city, is bigger than just the 4 avenues. And if we want to ease the pressure on the outer areas and the outer suburbs, then we need to make sure that we do as much kind of density, good density, well-designed density as we can, as close to town as possible. It also brings those added benefits of greater vibrancy and business viability in the central city for hospitality, retail, and all of those other things. The mixed-use piece in Sydenham is a piece that's been looked at for a really long time. It's something that the panel was generally supportive of, and it was just that High Court precedent that really stopped it being recommended by the panel. And we've managed to find a way, thanks to Councillor Coker, to make sure that we can actually do that as part of this plan change. So I'd like to encourage people to do that. When it comes to that walking catchment for the central city, I'd like to remind people that the NPSUD actually requires a walking catchment for the central city, but that the Beeley Ave end of the central city has a 0 metres walking catchment. And it still baffles me as to why the panel did that. So I think we do need a walking catchment, and connecting the central city up Papanui Road to the higher density area of Merivale just seems to me to make sense. And I did really make sure that I tried to pull it in away from that Edgware area and just have it much smaller close to the central city. But I think that fulfills the purpose of the NPSUD. When it comes to those perimeter blocks, we hear from our communities all the time they don't like those sausage block developments that are going in and intensifying everywhere. And what perimeter blocks does is make it a much nicer amenity for our residents closer to those local centres, ones like the ones in Selwyn Street, rather than a whole pile of sausage developments. So thank you very much.
Okie dokie. Right. Andre.
Thank you. I can't speak to every amendment. There isn't enough time in 3 minutes. I'm just going to make some more general points that we've heard over the last 3 years in this debate. One being that supply and demand doesn't impact cost. It's really basic economic theory that supply and demand does impact cost. If you disagree, write a new economic textbook. I'll buy it. I'm very curious to read it. I'm also curious about the claims that making it cheaper to build homes, which this does, won't make homes cheaper. What absolute garbage. If you can reduce the cost of building, of course it reduces the cost. One of the debates I've also heard around this table is capacity. We don't need to enable more housing because we've got heaps of capacity. The housing crisis is all solved. We've got capacity. Well, go tell that to someone in emergency housing, say, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. There's plenty of capacity out in that great big world. You need to build homes. They're not being built because it's too expensive to build and there's too many restrictions to build them. Capacity is not the answer. The district plan, it is failing renters, first home buyers, young people, older people. It's failing all sorts of people. It might be working well for some, might be working well for your personal situation, but it is failing many others, and we do need to care about their interests as well because we represent everyone. I'm sick of hearing nonsensical arguments like we can't build apartments because they're not suitable for families. 42% of households are families with children in them. So what about the other 58%? What about young professionals, students, retirees? They want to live on their own or with their partner and they don't want a big section to maintain. So does this mean that we can't build 3 or 4 story single-storey homes because they don't suit certain types of households? No, it doesn't, because that's a stupid, illogical argument. You build different types of homes for different types of households. The more apartments you've got, the more space you actually end up for families with yards. I don't believe in forcing families into apartments. Likewise, I don't believe forcing people who don't want to be in big homes into big homes like what we're doing currently. And that's because we refuse to allow housing choice. Just want to quote Chris Bishop at the LGNZ conference, which was, where do you get off telling people what types of homes they can and can't live in? And that resonates with me because I don't think that is our job to tell people they can and can't live in. Endlessly building out onto productive food growing land adds continual burden to ratepayers. Something's got to give at some point. It's easy to build and sell, and sure enough, more homes are being built there. We keep losing ratepayers, but they use our infrastructure. What I will be supporting in here, though, is the Hornby-based amendments. Inner Christchurch should be intensified before outer Christchurch. Number 65, enabling more housing where people can walk to town, for example, makes a lot of sense in my view. And just finally, a message to some of the Labour members around the table. I think Norman Kirk would be rolling in his grave if he knew that Labour-affiliated members were actively trying to block housing all over different parts of Christchurch. As for the points around mental health, what's a huge burden on mental health is people who can't afford a place to live, don't have options. When they go and trade me looking for a one-bedroom for themselves, everything's $350, $400 a week. At least, that takes a toll on mental health. What would be good for someone like that in their mental health is if they did have the option, if they wanted to live with a 180-degree view of Christchurch on an upper story somewhere. Some people want to live in places like that. Who are we to deny it?
Thank you. Right.
Yeah, hey, thank you. I thought it's usually me that's criticising the Labour members around this table. So there's a first for everything. Yeah. No, look, probably the same as the team have mentioned. Just acknowledge the team that have put a lot of work into this. It's not easy, and I think we've taken a lot of time to get up to speed to it. But I think the way you've been able to explain it is really useful. It's actually led to some good amendments. You judge the nature of this morning, and the fact that we're all actually willingly engaged, I think, is a really good thing because we've all worked through it with you, and I just want to acknowledge you all for the work you've done there. Look, I would really like people to support what I've put up, particularly around the airport noise and stuff. That actually is a sensible way of allowing more housing to occur, but in a considered way that reduces compliance costs with the airport. You think about how that works, that is a really good thing. The local centres thing as well, particularly in my community where I've put them up around Pier Street, and they call them local centres. If anyone's been to the Pier Street New World, that is what they're calling the local centre. It is literally a new world with a car park. If you think about that, it does not make sense in terms of that and the communities around it. We already have massive intensification. You think about the retirement villages next to it, but actually the residential side, it just does not make sense backing onto that. The same at Avonhead Mall. If you look at that, again, it is another supermarket with, I think, a hairdresser and a Monteith's. These are tiny, tiny places where we're looking at doing, major sort of significant things to them, and it does worry me. So I would appreciate people having the chance I'd appreciate the Minister having the chance to have a say on whether he thinks that's appropriate or not. And that's ultimately what we're doing today. Just the other thing, just so that we're all really clear and for anyone watching is, there's a large part of this that hasn't been adopted today, which is the overall 3x3 across the city. And the council did take an active stand against that back in the day. And I think that led to some pushback in Wellington, which I think is a good thing for the city. So while we're making a bit of progress, there is still another challenge next year when actually we need to provide our case or state our case to ensure we don't have that 3x3 everywhere, because that fundamentally changes the fabric of Christchurch. Look, by and large, these amendments make sense. I'm probably a bit with Pauline in terms of number 65, and that the north side of Bailey Ave, to me, that's a significant change, and that does worry me. But again, 67, I'm sort of on the fence with as well. I would encourage people to have a look at Antonio Hall and Desbury House and Pico Residential. Again, if we're talking about putting more housing onto the market, if you look at Desbury House, for example, $12 million to fix it, and the evidence is really clear, and it adds $1.5 million of value to it. It will sit there for years and years and years, and there's not a case for it. And I just hope that we take a pragmatic view to that today. I respect entirely the heritage of our city, but sometimes, and we've seen it since the earthquakes, things just do not add up, and in this case, it does not add up. So this is not an anti-heritage position. This is a pragmatic way to move our city forward. I would love to see it restored, but until Heritage New Zealand has big pots of money to fund this stuff, economically, people will not do it, and will sit on land where people cannot put houses. So I do hope that people take that approach as well.
Thank you. Anyone else like to have a bit of debate? All right, we'll start down the track. Mark, go away. Right, so Mark's sitting back from this one. This is recommendation Rec 51. They've all been moved and seconded. So I'll put that one for Riccarton Bush interface. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. That's carried. Thank you. Okay. Rec number 52, the Papanui War Memorial Avenues. All those in favour? Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. High density residential zone catchment around Riccarton. Rec 53. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Brilliant. Thank you. Now. Okay.
So, sorry, recommendation 53A2, that's Councillors Moore and Templeton against.
Yep, sorry. So the next two, 54 and 55, staff will come back to us after lunch. Right, City Spine qualifying matter, Rec 56. All those in favour? Right. Against? That's carried. Sorry. 56? Am I going too quick? Sorry.
People can't turn the paper as fast as you can do it.
So see this? Okay. Is it so? Everyone's happy. No, sorry, I might have been a bit quick. Number 50, Rec 56, City Spine qualifying matter. We all there? Happy? All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. That's great. Sunlight access qualifying matter, Rec 57. All of those in favour? Aye. Against? So we've got Andre?
Was that you, Councillor McClellan? Or
No.
Councillor Moore?
Okay. High density residential zone catchment around Hornby Town Centre, or Rec 58. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
Can I please have against hands raised?
for no.
Councillor Coker
And Cotter.
and Deputy Mayor Cotter.
You're
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you. High density residential zone permitted building height in Hornby. Rex 59. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
Councillor Coker. Anyone else?
Town centre zone permitted building heights in Hornby. Rex 60. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
Councillors Coker and Deputy Mayor Cotter.
Yep. Town centre zone building heights and form for Linwood. Rex 61. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
Councillors Coker, Deputy Mayor Cotter, and
Councillor
Councillor Templeton.
Okay, we're going good. High density residential walking catchment around Linwood Town Centre zone, Rec 62. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
That's Councillors Coker, Moore. Yes, thank you. Any others?
Happy? Good, thank you. High density residential zone permitted building heights in Linwood, Rec 63. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
So it's Councillors Coker, Templeton, Moore. And that's great.
Okay, airport noise influence area controls, Rec 64. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Okay. Yanni and Jake. That one, yep. Now, this one, we're going to pull it to bits and do two, are we?
No. We can vote on this in separate parts.
So if you would, yes.
65 we're talking about.
We just need clarification on how to vote if we don't support the amendment for north of Beeley Ave. So I'd say that is 1 and 2. Am I correct? Well, hang on. Can we just get an answer to that first?
I think if it's north of Morehouse, it's 2, is it?
North of Morehouse. I'm
Beeley.
talking north of
Beeley,
Beeley.
sorry. Wrong one.
Just
So-
2.
So 2 captures all increases to high density, full stop. And so that is all the expansion to the north is high density. Like I said before, there is very isolated areas of high density on the southern end as well. And so not voting against that also does that. In terms of the interplay with the first and I, that is still needed in terms of the catchment to capture the mixed use. So effectively, if someone were, or if council were to vote in favour of I and not II, but still in Roman numeral 3, that means that they're accepting a walking catchment of 1.2 and they're only applying it to the mixed use. Simple as that.
So we only need to oppose 2. Aye.
If you're correct, yeah.
What's A3 then? So
Yeah, hang on a minute.
I was just thinking maybe we bring this one back after lunch as well.
Yes. The heads are spinning a wee bit. Okay, righty-ho. So we're now up to Rec 66, which is high-density residential zoning for Milton Street and Johnson Street. All those in favour?
Can we just
Aye.
note that McClellan and I
Yeah, sorry, Jake and
conflicted, thank you.
Victoria can't. So, sorry, all those in favour? Aye. Against? That's brilliant. That's good, thank you. Perimeter block controls, Rec 67. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
That's Councillor Keown.
Yep.
And an abstention from Councillor Johansson.
Yep. Number 68, Daresbury House Heritage Listing. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
Can I please get the noes, recommendation 68? That's Councillor Coker, it's Councillor Johansson. Any further noes? No. And the abstentions for 68? That's Councillor McClellan and Deputy Mayor Cotter. Any further?
Okay. Thank you. Number 69, Antonio Hall Heritage Listing. All those in favour? Aye. Against? That's carried. Pico residential character area, Rec 70. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Yanni.
So it's, and again, it's for councillor.
So, let's say we say 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, for getting to where we've got to. There's one hell of a lot of work gone into this by staff, and a little bit by us, but no, it's been actually good to get to this point. So we'll have lunch now till 2 o'clock, and at that time, staff will come back and fill in some couple of wee gaps that we've got. We're back. Thank you for giving us 2 hours for lunch.
You're very welcome.
I'm sure you didn't have 2 hours for lunch.
I did not. I appreciate the sentiment.
It's been working very hard. So we'll start off with, we've got 3 of them here, but we'll start off with 25 Deans Ave. Is that right with you?
Yeah, so I thought I might just quickly walk through what we've got. Wonder if we can show my screen at all.
54.
What are you trying to show?
My screen.
That is, let me.
Learn something new every day. Thank you very much. We have made a modification of 54, and effectively what that says is to reject in part the panel's recommendation for the policy 3D catchment around the Riccarton Town Centre zone, including the building height, and recommend that 25 Deans Avenue be zoned mixed-use zone as per the operative zoning framework that is, rather than the zoning itself. And so we're utilising the existing framework, nice and simple, and have the Deans Avenue specific building heights applied, including the 36 metre building height as well. So as a result of this adoption, it would be zoned mixed use, would enable the likes of a hotel or otherwise, and have a height of 36 metres.
Okay.
I know it's jumping ahead, but maybe just to quickly run through the others that changes we've done.
Absolutely.
Right. So we've done the work for your change, Mayor Major, regarding what we refer to as the Ilam Clyde Centre under 55. So this just shows the addition that's there, the submission alignment that we've done as well. Just a wee note to make as well that there's a bit of a process around resolution 46 where we had referenced the Fendleton Centre, which instead will need to reference the Ilam Clyde Centre, which is a centre that's north of the New World there. Now, in terms of Councillor Templeton's, effectively what we've done is 2 things. Firstly, in terms of the original map that was put forward, we've segmented out the recommendations to highlight the residential high density that is effectively north of the city versus south of the city, so south of Morehouse Avenue. And we've done the same for an updated catchment, which Councillor Templeton has put forward as well, and included those in here. So if I go down here, sorry. So in terms of the north, what we're seeing here is an updated catchment, the green being the updated, the red being the version 1, if you will. And so the way that the recommendation is drafted is in OR. So firstly, it's about seeing whether or not the original would pass the vote. And if it doesn't pass the vote, then there's a second vote on the amended catchment for that. Just the yellow. Just all of this yellow in the 4 avenues, and then the yellow on around Merivale. Yep. The original recommendation or alternative recommendation that Councillor Templeton had is in the red here, and there's a modified which is just the green, so it's effectively buffer around Papanui Road more or less.
And what was the IHP's rationale?
So they took the walking catchment, or the size, I should say, of the commercial zoning for the central city into account. And so while the central city zone does end right at the top of Beeley Ave here, so effectively is a 0 metre walking catchment, they considered that it was worthwhile to consider the breadth of the city centre, considering how long it is from top to toe, which is quite a large zone there. So if you look at this map here, this shape over here is the central city zone. And so they considered the length from top to toe, and that's why there's a reduced walking catchment they'd recommended, which is just the 4 avenues. Cool. If there's no other questions on the update.
Got a few here. Yep, got Tyler first, and then Sam.
I'm just trying to track down the Island catchment one, the map. Where is that on?
The Ilam Clyde Centre?
Yep.
Yeah, good question.
You know where Missio's is?
Where?
Missio's is?
Oh, yeah.
So it's this centre that's here. So effectively we've got the Fennelton New World in the centre here, Fennelton Road and Memorial Ave, and then we go up Clyde Road, and then there's a centre here, which is known as the Ilam Clyde Centre. And so that's the alternate recommendation from the Mayor.
The green on the left is Jelly Park as context.
Yep. The green on the left is Jelly Park, just for context.
Island Clyde Centre is the Jelly Park route, right? If you're heading into town from Jelly Park, that's where you're heading.
You pass
where the
through
roundabout
it,
is.
Yep.
Chopsticks is here.
Hamish Campbell's on.
Okay, sorry. So are you, Tyler, you done? Tyler, you all happy?
Yep.
Sam?
Yeah, hey, we're still, I don't think we've got it up there yet, but we'll need the Pear Street and Avonhead Mall.
Oh yeah, that's part of it. I've only just shown the addition to 55.
Oh, cool.
Rather
Okay,
than
great.
the
So
original.
that'll
I
still be
haven't
voted
touched
on.
that one, so
Yeah,
it's all good.
perfect. Cheers.
Okay. Victoria?
Can I go back then, Matt, please, for 65, sorry, for the amendments for 65, amended recommendations. And I'm keen to understand, in the original amendment, Roman numeral 3 was about the mixed use zone. Has there been any change to that?
No.
So the only bit is the change in respect of 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's right. So what we've done is, for 2 is to break it up to say the high density residential that is north of the 4 avenues. So you can consider that separately. And then south of that, so south of Morehouse Avenue, that can be considered separately. If that doesn't pass based on the original catchment that Councillor Templeton put forward, then there's an alternative to say, okay, then we'll put forward this alternative, which is a reduced catchment, and that again breaks up the high density residential north and south of the 4 avenues.
And does Roman numeral 3 still stand on its own and can be voted for separately without 1 and 2?
Yes.
1 and 3 are together, don't they?
Yeah, so 3 is unchanged, but for any of these amendments, Roman numeral 1 must pass, which is the updated walking catchment. But and then Roman numerals 2 and 3 detail how we apply that. So, yeah.
Okay. So, well, we'll work our way through it from the start.
Yes.
Hey.
So I'm getting the impression that it's not actually worth putting the original alternative that I put up. And so I think just putting the amended one that we did at lunchtime.
So that's splitting north and south.
So that's
No.
So that's just the updated attachment.
Yeah, the
DD.
attachment DD.
Yeah.
The
So-
updated attachment map rather than the first. No, the new green line, not the red line. The new green line, not the red line. Yeah.
Tim's got no idea what's going on.
Yeah, so green is always go.
Okay. So red.
It's gone.
Red is gone. So green is it as the main action, including the stuff down the bottom by Brown Street.
That's right, and that catchment's unchanged. Yeah.
So it's still the green all the way around.
All the green. Yep.
Right. Yanni, please.
Sorry, and again, can you just help us understand what the change in capacity would be with the amendment versus the AHP recommendation?
I cannot, sorry.
Can you give us a sense of the height difference?
So the high density height is 14 metres and the medium density height is 12 metres.
So it's basically 2 metres change and what's currently under the operative plan, or the what would
Operative
be
plan's slightly different. So we have medium density that's their RMD, which is enabled to 11 metres.
right.
But MRZ is 12 metres and then
Right.
HRZ is 14 metres. Anything outside the 4 avenues is 14 metres.
Do it that way. Yep. Right. So the area that's going north of Beeley, the effective, if we agree to the amendment, the effective height limit change is from 12 to 14.
Yep, so you've already made the recommendation to accept the high density around Merivale, which is 14 metres. And so effectively that you could see that as an extension of what's Merivale down to the 4 avenues.
Yeah.
And in terms of stories, how many stories is that?
About 4 stories.
Yeah.
4 stories.
And it's just along the MRT route.
Okay, righto. So, thank you. We'll go back to start Rec 54. Okay, is anyone, before we, because we've got to move and second already, anyone got any questions for staff on that? Are you clear what it has been changed to? That's what I'm getting at. Yanni?
Yeah, thanks. So for the Hagley Park, just want to check, there's no heritage provisions that protect Hagley Park from height development adjacent?
No,
development
so
adjacent to the
effectively what council's position was, and we notified, was a 14 metre height limit for high density through the process that was changed to being a 22 metre height limit, and that was the council's final position. The IHP has recommended a 14 metre height limit, so has rejected what the council's final position was. And so, I guess in their eyes, they felt that was a better mechanism, across the board. And so, there wasn't any need, I guess, to progress with any heritage controls around the Hagley Park.
Right, but in terms of the position, the amendment to go up to 36,
that would go to 36. That's right. Yeah.
So did the panel have any? Like, was it because it's next to Hagley Park? They reduced the height effectively. Is that?
No, that's just the standard height for high density outside the 4 Avs. So the high density in Belfast versus next to Hagley Park is the same.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that's enough questions on that one. Sure, any questions on Rec 55, the local centre zone residential catchments? So I'll do questions and then I'll do debate for those 3. Okay, nothing on that. And number 65, is there any more questions of staff on that? Tim?
Just with the hierarchy of complaints in the sense that we have issues now with Central City bars, etc., and the grunge kind of clubs and things that have been in warehouses, etc. Then people build next to them, and then we're getting noise complaints, and they've got to curb what they've been doing, etc. So with the south between Morehouse Ave and Brougham Street, this change would then allow for mixed use. So what happens if we've got, say, a panel beater working at night and what's the hierarchy here? Is it because the industries were there first, they have the right to continue working all hours of the day to feed the kids and all that, pay for their husband's hobbies, etc.? Or is it going to be that the new residents can say, actually, it's mixed use now, you've got to curb your excitement to work every hour that God sends?
The noise limits would need to be complied with for any activity within that zone. So there's not an unlimited right to generate noise even for existing activities. There's also provision in the RMA section 16 which negates unreasonable levels of noise. Residential development that moves in and complains about noise from another activity, it will depend on the site-specific circumstances, but it could fall either way. It's not black and white, and will depend on the circumstances, dare I say.
Okay.
We could have exactly the same problems that the city's got in St Asaph Street at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. Yeah. So there's no priority now, or with this, to say infill with mixed use and within the 4 avenues, that you can actually spread out. This would allow you to spread out rather than infill into the 4 avenues. That's the bottom line, is it, do you think?
So your question is, if I understand it correctly, is there's nothing to preclude residential intensification occurring south of Morehouse Ave ahead of intensification within the 4 Aves?
Exactly.
No, there's not. Just going back to the noise issues that we're aware of, we are acting on that both with non-regulatory and regulatory responses, and a plan change will come to you in the future on how we manage noise within the central city and surrounds.
And I appreciate the work on that. It is not easy, so thank you.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Yanni, please.
So just to pick up on that, so if we approve the these changes, effectively we run the risk of shutting down some of those local live music venues by enabling more residential development.
No, there's no live music venues in that part of the city at the moment.
In Sydenham.
Yeah.
Oh, true. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
And there's other ones down.
True.
Other events that happen, and probably not live music venues, but in sort of some of the industrial warehousing. So I'm just trying to understand, like, in terms of the noise plan change. Obviously, we've got the stadium site because this is for the whole central city. So there's nothing. Is there anything in here that raises the standards around noise, recognising around the reasonableness, which I think we've explored a lot, and it's not very effective in controlling noise, is it? But the standards are generally what we go by. So, for example, we're building the new stadium and we're going to have a whole bunch more events, but then we're going to put a whole bunch of housing that's going to put those events at risk.
In the context of the stadium, we've got installation requirements around the stadium to mitigate the effects of noise on future residents in that context. In the context of the mixed-use zone, there's, as I said earlier, for any comprehensive residential development, the council's got discretion when resource consent's applied for to consider what's going to be done to mitigate the effects on residents of that noise and reverse sensitivity issues arising.
So, to get around the kind of issues that we're worried about, would it not be prudent for us to put in greater controls if we enable the development to occur in terms of mixed use, residential, to have stricter controls around things like insulation, noise mitigation?
Sorry, not in the context of this plan change, though.
Right.
Because it'd be more restrictive than the status quo.
Even though we're enabling mixed use to go into an industrial area.
Yeah, we're talking about the impact of the High Court judgment in Waikanae that we spoke about before, that it would be the council imposing constraints on current development entitlements under the district plan. So the point you're raising needs to be addressed through a separate plan change process, which, as Mark has said, is already underway for other parts of the city anyway.
So if we wanted to rezone this today, and then could we extend that noise plan change to cater for the new mixed-use areas that are coming through this plan change?
Yes, we could. So the work we're doing on a plan change to better manage noise in the central city context could very much include Sydenham.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing from you is that we should consider that.
And people that have like consents, like, will people have existing use rights? And that will only mean if they've applied for a consent already.
Or that they were lawfully established under the permitted activity rules. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Certainly, as part of the noise plan change, we can bring in Sydenham to that.
Okay.
Thank you. And we'll do it, Andre, and if there's any more after that, well, it doesn't matter if there is, we can do it. But then we'll go and debate just these three, if anyone wants to. Okay?
So you had to please bring up the Island, Clyde.
Sorry, folks behind the computer. Do you mind putting up my screen? I'll just bring up this screen.
Sorry, we thought you put the recommendation.
This is the island.
Okay, yeah, cool. No, cool. Thank you.
Righty. So thank you, gents. We will now debate. Have you got any questions on that, Andre? No. Look.
Can I just have the words put back up, please, that you glossed over quickly on Island Clyde? Thanks.
Yeah. Could we split those in part, Phil? Mr. Mayor, sorry?
Can we?
The three.
I think they are split. Oh, no, they're all
Havenhead,
the same.
Karen Island.
Yeah, so again, if elected members wish to vote, for example, in favor of only bullets 1 and 2 versus 3, I can make note of that.
Yeah, can we number them or something?
So this is the way they appeared in the recommendations, but we're kind of running out of
Numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, right. No, well, we can, when we do put it, if someone's got an allergic reaction to any one of them, they can say no against that one or whatever when time comes. Okay, so now we'll do debate on all three of those, 54, 55 and 65. Who would like to kick it off? If there's anyone. Andre?
Thank you. No, I just brought up a couple of articles. University halls of residence full to bursting, many prospective students on wait lists. Heart-wrenching, Christchurch students struggling to find a roof as accommodation shortage bites. Our university is going absolutely gangbusters with people wanting to move there, but there is a lack of housing around that university to live in. And here we are, once again, wanting to block more and more housing being built around the university. So I was going to move an amendment saying we should write a letter to the university in Canterbury saying, great to hear about your increase in enrolments. I'm sorry to hear about the lack of housing, but we're not interested in enabling more housing. I think it's a real shame. Yeah.
So you're against all three of them, I assume. I'm not putting words in your mouth. Are you against? That is debate. You just had it. Who would like?
Well, I don't know what the point of order is, but I don't technically. But you're mentioning stuff outside the IHP.
No, there are many submissions around this exact issue.
You mentioned about an article, and the article wouldn't have been.
Well, there are plenty of submissions relating to this exact issue. So,
and articles from the paper that are not gone to the IHP panel.
They don't relate to a decision, they relate to a debate point, not the decision.
Mel, have you got a question or no? You're done?
Debate.
Yep. Oh, sorry, it was debate, yeah. Sarah.
Kia ora. I'd just like to thank staff for the work that happened over the lunch break. So we've looked at pulling back the walkable catchment on the north side of the city to mean that it would be a walkable catchment of more than 0 metres on Beeley Ave at the top of Victoria Street. And so that would just connect that central city, that core central city from the top of Victoria Street through to Merivale along what will be the mass rapid transit route along there, and will enable some sort of more four-storey developments, those kind of things in that area, close to lots of amenities and good transport options, which is great. So I'd like to thank staff for that work, and I hope that that sort of pragmatic compromise means that people can vote for that now where they might not have voted for the broader one. So it's only a small change in the end to what the independent hearings panel had recommended on the north side of the city there. So I hope people will go for that. Thanks. Tim?
Thank you. Totally see the advantage of developing the southern side of Braham Street between the north side of Braham Street, the south side of Moyhouse Ave. But there are a huge amount of small businesses in there that are making their livings in there, and it's a huge change. And I think, as our staff can be testament to, the change with noise. If a tree falls in the forest, does anyone actually hear it? When a panel beater or somebody's working in the middle of the night just to try and pay the bills, not only their mortgage but their rent and feed the kids, does any actually care? So I think we've got to do a lot more with regards to the south of Christchurch in this. I totally get the convenience to the central city, but then again, if you cross Morehouse Ave, there's not enough development there, I think. So I'm really struggling to support this at the moment because I don't think there's been enough connection with those businesses in that area. And to say that, there's only 2 or 3% industrial, there's a huge amount of business in there that are not residential. And I had friends living in that area before the earthquake where they lived collapsed, but, and they loved it. It's convenient, etc. And it would be great to see again. But at the moment, I don't know if I can support this as it is. So thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? I'll just throw my... Yeah, Tyler?
I'm stuck between two here because I see the pros and cons of both arguments in regards to 54. if we're referring to the Pier Street catchment, which is around Ethel Terrace, around that area is obviously Villa Maria just up the road, but it's a high student population, particularly on the corner of Ethel and Pier. And there's already a mix of old residentials and new developments in that area on Pier Street, going along down, of course, Yolthurst Road. And then in the catchment that the Mayor just raised was pretty much smack bang in the middle of quite a lot of movement from all residents making their way through to town from the Jelly Park area and Aorangi Road, etc. So I'm sort of sitting in the middle here. The other one is around Avonhead Moor, and I'm usually going on the principle of supporting the local elected member, of which I'm very in a bit of a kerfuffle, if you will, if that's the word to use. So I may or may not be supporting each of these. That's why I wanted them split. In terms of Councillor Templeton's amendment, I'm very, very happy to support that. It's going to be great for the city to be able to use that walkable catchment to get into town and utilise the things that the city wants. If we wanted to reinvigorate the city, I believe this is going to be beneficial for that. So that's why I'm supporting Sarah's amendment.
Okay, Pauline.
Yeah, I'd better respond because I indicated that I was not going to support the north of Believe in number 65, and I still am not going to do that. I don't really support the extension of 800 metres to 1.2 kilometres anyway, so I'll be voting against all of that. I think this is already a very high density area. I don't think we need to, in Papanui Road, in actual fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it was mainly commercial anyway, because it's got motels and bottle shops and schools and all sorts of things anyway, so I think we can address that later on if there's a need. So just as an indication, that's where I still am on this one today. Thank you.
Yanni?
Thank you. So, yeah, I mean, I think those local neighbourhood centres make sense. So, you know, I think, you know, councillors that have argued to do more for housing, and then you've got an opportunity. It seemed only fair that it's not just done in the in certain parts of the city, but actually, particularly in the lower socioeconomic areas. But that if we are going to upzone, then it should go across more of the city. In my view, we do need to get denser, but also, actually, we also need to understand that just we have capacity at the moment. So the idea that we've got people that are not being able to afford housing because we've got capacity, we've got insufficient capacity, just doesn't ring true. In fact, in Brisbane, they did a study. They zoned for density and got higher house prices, and that was over 20 years. They looked at that. So, you know, I just think there's trade-offs that we're making around what we're doing, and I am concerned over the central city, the reverse sensitivity. As someone who represents an area where we've had repeatedly complaints about noise, and it's not actually we're not very well able to manage those, and so, you know, to me, actually, the more prudent approach would be to work out those controls ahead of doing the rezoning so that everyone is clear. I think that's really important. And for Dean's Ave, I do have concern at this extent and scope of the proposed change, particularly a significant increase in height. And again, I think the more appropriate thing would be for us to do that through our own plan change rather than to put it into this one today. So a mixture of supporting some of these, and I will be abstaining on the central city one to the north as well. Yeah.
Karen?
Yeah, I was actually hoping the Dean's Ave one would go through unanimous, but I'll dream on. The reason for pulling this one up is that site is, from my recollection, it's certainly over 25 years. It's been an empty lot. It's used as a temporary car park at the moment, but it's the 90s that was last used as a sale yard. That is such a long time ago, and I do put the challenge out to any of my fellow councillors to find another inner city park remotely of the calibre of Hagley Park with a property that size next to it that sat empty for 30 years. If you can, I'll be shocked. But because they'll all be developed, something would have happened there. So The reason for this is to literally put everything on the table. And so I do thank Councillor Harrison Hunt for making the other suggestion, helping us get that over the line. I think that's pragmatic. Like, literally everything should be on the table because there are no negatively affected neighbours here. I'm sure the workers in the yard across the road at Bunnings, and they aren't going to be that upset that people 100 metres away can see them loading timber. It's not that big a deal. And what would be really good is that if tons of people live there or stay there short term or whatever, they could all visit the blood bank next door once a month and pay it forward. So
yeah, comment. We chit chat from me. Dean's Ave, it's got where next door, I think it's Mike Greer Homes and a couple of others. It's already got high, tall buildings there. It's just putting in what's sort of already there, and it's as you said, Aaron, to have that sort of land right across the road from a park where it's and it won't affect anyone. Don't forget you've got the motorway bridge in between there and Bunnings, so you're even better off from that point of view. To just talk about local centre zone thing, as Sam said, Pear Street, for example, is just one building. It's not a big gaggle of houses, and also all of the houses around these three zones, in theory, it's not as if it's all vacant land and there's no houses there. There's no houses there, and we're making this highly intensified. The houses there are actually half good. People aren't going to rip in there in 5 minutes' time and so this is going to be worth a fortune. I'm going to bowl all these houses and change them. It ain't going to happen because it's just the way it is. As houses get a lot older, they may get changed as time goes on, but not at the moment. It's not necessary. So anyway, so I will put the first one, just so everyone's on the right track. It's the Dean's Ave one, Rec 54.
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to interject.
You can interject.
Should 54 pass with the mixed-use zone designation, the meeting will then need to revisit Resolution 53 and revoke its previous decision in that regard because it notes that it was high-density residential zone. So just as an FYI.
Okay. So we'll do 54. All of those in favour of 54? Aye. Against? Yanni, that's cool. So do you want to rip back to... Do you want to rip back to 53, Katie?
Yes.
Okay. So how do we change 53?
Yeah, so essentially what you'll see on screen now is the first aspect of a 53.1 is to revoke the previous resolution 53, noting that additional information has been provided. And then you essentially have the recommendation again, except with, you'll see the blue highlight with respect to the mixed use.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Sue, you see what's right there. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. That's carried. Good.
Can I, sorry, apologies again, clarify, Councillors Templeton, you had requested that your vote previously against 53A to be recorded. I just wanted to check that that was still accurate. Or I might be mistaken. My notes are a mess up. I'm just gonna let you I think it was, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. No, that's good. No, we're doing very well. Okay. Okay, the next one is Rec 55, local centre zone residential catchments. Now, do I put 1, 2, and 3? Yeah, I'll put the whole thing.
50A1, first bullet point 1.
Okay.
3.
Separately.
I think so.
Righto. So what you see, I'll put them there, and at the moment you're voting on bullet point 1, Avonhead Local Centre. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Aye. Division.
Yeah.
So this is recommendation 55. We're just voting on bullet 1, the Avonhead Local Centre. Getting creative. Councillor Kewen. Yes. Councillor McClellan. No. Councillor McDonald.
Yes.
Councillor Henstock. Yes. Councillor Moore. No. Councillor Scandrett.
Yes.
Councillor Harrison Hunt. Councillor Coker.
No.
Councillor Peters.
Yes.
The Mayor.
Yep.
Councillor Templeton. No. Councillor Barber.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cotter. No. Councillor Fields.
No.
Councillor Johansson.
No.
It's 8 against. 7 for, so it's lost.
Lost. Okay, that's lost. Now we'll do number 2. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. All those against?
No.
That's passed.
Can I have my vote recorded?
Yeah.
Please.
Are you?
I'm going no. I just want it written down.
Oh, yeah, no. Okay, that's right.
So all those for the Pier Street Local Centre against, if hands raised, please.
Bullet point 2.
So that's
Against 2.
against 2. Councillors Coker, Fields, Johansson, Moore, McClellan, and Deputy Mayor Cotter.
Okay, so that one's right. That one's passed. Is it?
I'm going to be in the paper and you'll...
Yep. Okay, and now we'll do bullet point 3. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
No. Division, please.
Gotta work out what kind of graphic to make, Mel.
All right, so now the Island Clyde Local
So the
Centre.
owner dining.
We're ready? Councillor Templeton. Councillor McClellan. Councillor McDonald.
Yes.
Councillor Johansson.
No.
Councillor Fields.
No.
Councillor Moore. Councillor Coker.
No.
Councillor Peters.
Yes.
The Mayor.
Yep.
Councillor Scandrett.
Yes.
Councillor Barber.
Yes.
Councillor Kewen.
Yes.
Councillor Henstock. Councillor Harrison Hunt.
No.
Deputy Mayor Cotter. 8 against.
8-7?
7 for that's lost.
Yes, so that's lost. Okay, so that is lost. It seems quite ironic to me that the one closest to the university got where people live closer to the university and the other two didn't. Never mind. Okay, we're now on to the last one of the day. Rec 65, City Centre Walking Catchment. Are we all good there? So which one are we actually putting first, Katie?
So I believe.
Oh no, it's actually been joined together, hasn't it? It's yes or no, yeah.
So I think we can, the meeting can vote on recommendations 1, 3, and 4 because it's the 2 is crossed out because it's been dealt with. It's going to be dealt with separately.
But didn't they say if one doesn't pass, the rest of it can't be done? Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah, so I'd say put 1 or AI first, then see.
Right, so
Sounds good.
AI. Yeah, okay. So everyone knows where we're looking here? Right, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? No. That's lost.
Okay, sorry. Just division.
Mhm.
Here. All right. Recommendation 65A high. Councillor Moore. Councillor Johansson. Deputy Mayor Cotter. No. Councillor McClellan.
Yeah, yes.
Councillor Barber.
No.
Councillor McDonald.
No.
Councillor Kewen. Councillor Fields.
Yep.
The Mayor.
No.
Councillor Scandrett.
No.
Councillor Harrison Hunt.
Yes.
Councillor Coker.
Yes.
Councillor Templeton. Councillor Peters. Councillor Henstock.
No.
That's 7 against.
That's 7 all.
Yeah, it's 7. It's a tie vote.
There's one missing.
That means that.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Johansson abstained, so that's a tie vote, which is the status quo. Which
We can revisit it at the end of the meeting if you decide to do that, the tie vote.
This is the end of the meeting.
Should we retake the vote?
Are we able to do the mixed use south without this? We can.
No.
No, we can't at all.
No, you're required to have the increased walking catchment for it to be considered.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
people have just voted against
So,
increased density in the central city,
So-
putting pressure on the neighbourhoods.
But you've already got an IHP recommendation. So
it's essentially a tie vote, and we can't sit with the status quo.
Yeah.
So
So we
then it
have
would
to
just-
have a
We have to have
decision
a,
on this.
we have to have a,
Sorry. So there's an alternative in front of you. So for resolution 65, there's two parts of what you see in front of you. The first part is the alternative resolution, and the second part is the foreshadowed motion that the mayor and the deputy mayor have already done, which is to accept the IHP recommendation. So as a result of your vote on part I of the alternative recommendation, the vote now is for the IHP recommendation.
yep, so we put them separate.
So now we're voting on the foreshadow motion.
Which is
This here.
righto.
So the
Okay, so we now put 65.
Sorry, can we get the new wording circulated around
See ya.
for the amendment? And can we also get advice what happens around if this one is deadlocked as well?
Well, we'll worry about that when it happens.
are we just voting to accept the IHP?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right.
So yeah. So on this is what happened. Yeah, we haven't had to do this yet. This is the first time. So we.
An opportunity.
So we're now doing this one right in here, the foreshadow motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? That's carried. Right.
for the foreshadowed motion, for those who would like their votes against to be recorded, it's Councillors Coker, Councillors Templeton, Councillors Hanson, Councillor Moore. Great.
Yes.
Councillor Harrison, thank you.
Yes.
McClellan.
We're up to this one.
Yep.
Okay, so just to clarify, so for the foreshadowed motion, votes against Councillors Coker, Templeton, Johansson, Moore, Harrison, Hunt, and McClellan. 6 against. Great, thank you.
Okay, right. So now we move on to clerical delegations and approvals. This is just housekeeping now, ladies and gentlemen. I've moved it and Pauline seconded it. So, any questions, isn't it?
Yeah, questions. Yes.
Any questions of staff on those? Nope. Any debate on those? Excellent. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. Carried. So now we're adjourned, but we're not.
We need to reinstate
Standing orders.
Yeah, and I'll just look at that. Done all that. So we're now reinstating standing orders. I moved it and Pauline seconded it. So all those in favour? Aye. Against? That's carried. And now the closing karakia. This is very good work, everybody. Go Kelly. Tafu, kia wata, yada para, yuriki, wakataka ai, yaturiki, wakataka ai, home, huye, tahi he. Thank you very, very much. We now get tomorrow back.